Meat more.
Deep beneath the ocean, far, far away, on another planet, there's me, and we're here to play Subnautica. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. I tried to stream on Saturday and then very quickly realized I had no energy to do so I deleted the VOD and pretended that it never happened. But Royal Rainbow knows that it happens because they were the only viewer. We're working, everybody. It's Monday. Is it Monday? I've just been busy all weekend because I think people know that I went out on Friday and then I also went out on Sunday, and then I'm only really just back from all that, to be honest. But welcome. Hello Fuzzy Nut. Hello everybody. Let me turn down this Subnautica a little bit. Playing the sound. Oops. Look. I don't have to stream anymore, you know. Like because I know I streamed for a few days and suddenly I'm like, how do you do this? How do you actually do any of this stuff? We've had preambles before that have lasted like an hour and I've just chatted about stuff and I can't even think of anything to talk about. I guess I've been watching Deep Space Nine again, but it's not like new information. It's like, Quark's really a fun character. But I am quite interested. Armin Shimmerman is a really interesting actor, and I have been looking a lot into like where he got started, and I think he got into Broadway, but it wasn't initially Broadway. I think he missed the chicken. Can't interact, but we'll look for the for the algorithm. For a second, I read that as like AI gore or something, and I was like, oh, am I gonna get chopped into pieces in this game? I mean, the fish are trying to eat me a lot, even the little ones. But it's good to see you. Hello, Spike, as well. New games coming out. There's this Ubisoft game, right? It's not gonna be good. It's like a tactical pirate game or something. But it's Ubisoft, right? Like, of course they've made an Avatar game. Of course Ubisoft made an Avatar game. Fucking hell. Where is it? It's not even on the website. Oh, I think it got announced at one of the video game things, right? It's not on their website. Oh, here we go. Skull and Bones. That's it. I think it's intended to be a. It says, well, you play by your own rules and rise from a nobody to become the most fearsome. No. I think it's just like team-based ship stuff. I think it's like a non. It's multiplayer in the sense that it's co-op. I think, sort of Sea of Thieves with more money behind it, basically. Although having said that, the money that they put into the water engine that Microsoft put into that for Sea of Thieves was absolutely enormous. And I assume they have copyrighted it or whatever, because I can't really see any other game having the same sort of tidal mechanics, because that's apparently like fucking difficult coding. But it's actually, you know, one of the ads slipped through my many ad blockers, and I went, oh, what is this? And it was loads of like, pirate ships and there's fire everywhere and smoke and smog, and I'm like, it's not gonna be like that. There's no way it's gonna be like that. Avatar game looks a lot like Far Cry. I imagine Far Cry's much better personally, just because Avatar is intensely problematic, just as an existence, as a thing. I'm very surprised that they made a second Avatar movie, because the only thing that was good about the first Avatar movie was graphically it looked quite interesting. But the thing is, they basically put all of the fucking money in the world and picked up almost every single graphic artist that was working anywhere, to the point where like I think it was like there was almost like a shortage because they were all fucking working on Avatar. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if that part's true, but yeah, of course, there's loads of visual effects workers, but the thing about visual effects workers is that they're not unionized, so they're very cheap and they work really intense, long hours. I think maybe that's changed with the SAG-AFTRA strike. I don't seem to be getting any clear information about what actually happened, because at one point they were like, we're going to the negotiating table now, and everyone was like, oh, it's over, and they were like, not necessarily. And then I think they went back into striking, but then I think they're now still discussing a deal. Some people are saying they were done with a deal. Hang on, let me look that up. Let's look at the SAG-AFTRA let's look at the SAG-AFTRA Wikipedia strike. That's fun. What's that line doing then? Get rid of that. Does it have a... It's got timelines. So December. Voting concluded. Oh, the deal was approved with a 78.33% support with a 38.15% turnout. That's not enough to be democratic. What happened? I know there was a weird thing where I think they were saying that they were pro-Israel. Can I actually see if that's in the article? No, that's not how you spell Israel. No, I don't think so. But I don't know, also because I feel like the information about it started to get so like, is that true? Is what's going on? So I can't say anything for sure, except for... So they were meeting in November and October. They made a 3-year deal. So they're like, we'll be striking again in 2026. That doesn't feel like a real year, does it? 2026. Could you tell me what the deal is? Yeah, but 86% of like 38% is like, that's not... That's like 20% of the people striking. What do you mean that was your turnout? That doesn't seem right. If you have a 30% turnout, you can produce whatever result that you want, right? And this is just presumed that everybody agrees with them. Okay, yeah. So I guess I have no idea I never knew what happened like that. But hello everybody that's come in, welcome in. We're gonna play some Subnautica today. We've been on and off playing Subnautica, to be honest, because I've been on and off streaming, because I just got really depressed and I was having my periods, and it turned out I had a vitamin D deficiency. Hello Ghosty Living. Thank you for the follow, but just as I started. you're gonna subscribe with Prime, but can't remember your Amazon login stuff. Let's get someone else's. Although I can do the whole speech. It's like, did you know if you go to gaming.amazon.com, you can link your Twitch account with your Prime account, and you can come back here and subscribe with a free Prime account. And then I usually make fun of people for having a Prime account. But it is more money than a sub. It is a lot better. Hello, 'tis I, definitely a union member and not a CEO and fake mustache. I have come to vote. My voting power is 3 times as much as it would normally be because apparently nobody came. I'm kind of the opinion that like you have to have a majority. You have to. I think you should actually consider every single person that's not able to that's eligible to vote that doesn't get to an election. First of all, everybody should be eligible to vote as a default. That shouldn't be taken away, especially not imprisoning people because. That's a political thing. People get imprisoned politically, so that fucking shouldn't be a thing. Also, we shouldn't have prisons, but that's a different discussion. So everybody as a default should be able to vote. If people don't vote, they should still be considered as part of the majority, right? So if you go, oh well, we got 30% of the 50 people that showed up. You didn't actually do that. You got 15% of the total number, and I feel like that's how a more democratic system should work. But you know, it's easier said than done. And by easier said than done, I'm like, they don't want us to have that because they want to make majorities out of minorities, so they can push whatever they want. Right, so we open Subnautica because I'm very excited to. We want to build a base. It's just the big thing I'm excited about in Subnautica. We want to
meet more.
Thank you so much for the follow, Nimble Nickel. Now, is that a real person or a bot? I'm thinking it's a bot. Maybe. Although it does say they have Amazon Prime account, so sorry, probably not. We've been getting a lot of fake follows, and it usually happens about 3 minutes after I start the stream. And I've no idea what it is or what it means. I don't know why it keeps happening. I'm sort of keeping an eye on it. You think maybe someone has paid for fake bots or something? You're not a bot. Amazing, thank you. I'm not a bro, but thank you very much. And Volatile Pickle. Sorry, we keep getting these bots, and I'm not used to having followers so often, so I do apologize. But thank you, welcome in. We're here today to play Subnautica, which is supposed to be on the screen right now. There it is. Took me a second. Oh shit, I need to remember to share my transition goal, because currently and ongoingly I am trying to raise money for laser hair removal on my body, which is an important part of my transition. Realistically, I mean, it says we're 55%. Realistically, I think we need to make, hang on, let me calculate this for a second. If we make £400 before the end of December, which is actually quite unlikely, we will still qualify for the lower price that I've been trying to aim for, which they told me ended at the end of November, but when I went there last, they actually said they'd extended it. But it's still fine. It just gets more expensive after the new year by like another couple of £100. Someone's offered to pay the last bit of the money, so we don't have to raise everything on stream, but sharing that campaign is the best thing that we can do. Sorry about that. I use bro gender neutrally. I call my wife bro. I won't say it again. I have a lot of understanding for people that will say stuff like guy and bro and stuff like that and dude, but my response in general is like, if you were pointing at someone and you were saying like, what's that person's gender, and they said, oh, they're a bro, that would, you know what I mean? So most people, I get it, most people don't read it like that. It trips, it's my issue, it trips me up. But thank you, that's very kind of you to say that though, to change that. Oh sorry, there's just someone outside. I was like, someone calling me. Oh shit, we got the window open. You didn't consider bro as bro? Yeah, it's bro from brother, from probably got Islamic origins, I think, actually. Yeah, no, the reason I say it is I always internally cringe, like people are like, you guys, and I go, because I'm like, but I'm not a guy, and I know that people mean it neutrally, which is I normally don't talk about it, but it does give me a bit of dysphoria, which, you know, maybe that's my problem. It is just a thing people say, but I also wish that they would have.
Meat warp.
Thank you for the follow, Conix Kifq. Are any of these follows real? They all have exactly the same length on the follow list as well. Like I can stack the names on top of each other. But thank you, welcome up. Saying every pony is superior to Hagar. Yeah, let's just say every pony. Why not? Let's do that one. Why is this not full screen? I'm seeing the bottom of my screen and I'm not liking it because it's got all of the Windows bit. Oh fuck. Oh shit, can we turn the settings up actually? Do the graphics go higher? Oh, there's... Interesting. I never messed with this before actually. I think it just goes up to high actually. I don't even know what FXA is. I think it's already set to high. Okay, so we're not actually doing anything. How can I full screen? It's not full screening for some reason. Sorry. This is really annoying to me. It's got a Windows bar on the bottom. Can we just hide the... Fuck. It's bothering me so much. It's such a silly thing to be bothered by. Nobody can see it but me. Oh, fuck it, whatever. No, actually I do need to fix it because otherwise I'll just quit it and open it again. Because otherwise what will happen is I'll scroll downwards and then I'll accidentally open Zoom or something. Because that is tagged to the bottom of the Windows bar, but I actually don't know how to untag it because Windows did an update where if you didn't accept certain compulsory features, they would take other ones away. So I can't unpin things from start bar anymore. I need to find a solution to that. It's still not doing it. That's so strange. Hang on, full screen. Normally pressing F11 works. And then full screen again. I'm gonna have to... Oh, I can right click things again actually. Windows has brought that back. But we can't right click... Okay, no we can't actually. So let's just hide the start bar. How do you do that? Toolbars. Using it... Oh, fuck's sake. I hate Windows so much. It didn't do this before. I think it might be I think maybe it's mixed up what the primary monitor is, and there's maybe something. We're just gonna have to live with it. Fuck it. It's just affecting me. It's not affecting anybody else. Where did my Ko-fi bar go? I switched that off somehow. Oh fuck, I did. Hang on. Is there something wrong? Do I have a virus? Is there something wrong with my computer? Suddenly nothing is working the way it's supposed to. Hang on, if we just go with nested seeds. Yeah, see, it's there on nested seeds. It's not on here. Why? Why have you done this? Transform. Stretch the screen. There we go. So I think I accidentally moved that. Was some pressing some of the full screen stuff. Every Nyan. Big problem with OpenTDD. That's the big sort of multiplayer A-Train game. If you change the settings in game, it only changed that for a particular game. If you change them in the main menu, the settings only apply to new games. Meaning if you want the general settings and your current game settings to be the same, you have to do the whole thing twice, and there's like 1,000 settings. Is there not a way of like saving settings and then just like copying them? Hi Aldo, very good to see you. OpenTDD seems like a lot of fun, but it also seems like a lot of fun in the like, I could sink loads of time into this, and I just don't have any time to sink into anything. I can't play any MMOs. I can't really play any survival games unless I'm streaming them. No, it seems fun. I like the idea of, I was watching Sean Moore actually. Let's give Sean Moore a shout out. He's great, by the way. I really think people should check him out. He was streaming with some of his friends as like a multiplayer thing, and I think they were like aggressively trying to buy each other out and stuff, and I was like, that seems kind of fun. You do it single player against computers. I think they were doing it as I don't know if it was like modded to be multiplayer. then speaking of multiplayer, I'm gonna take down the modded Minecraft server that we have. I just haven't had the free time to do that yet. Lots of people messaging me. Sorry, I'll have to respond to them later. I want to put a vanilla Minecraft server up again, because that was originally the intention. I just fucked it up by trying to update it and thinking I'd backed it up and actually not having backed it up at all and destroying it. So here we are in Subnautica. Big fucking ship is ruined. We made a sea moth, but it exploded because it slapped too many fish, and I really wasn't expecting it to explode. But we're starting to build ourselves a little habitation space. Here's our incredibly awful fish trap that just fucking grabs every single fish. There we go. But it is a great source of food and water, which is silly. I should be able to like drain seaweed or something, you know. Where's the actual place that we started construction? Because it's like, oh, there we go, it's over here. I mean, this is a fun place to live, I think. I have a feeling that there's some constructions that won't take very well to the different angles in the terrain, but you know, fuck it. This is my space. So our plan at the moment is to we want to make the acquisition of materials and their deposit over here as efficient as possible. So I'm gonna make we're gonna gather some titanium and I'm gonna put a bunch of boxes here, and then I'm gonna bring everything else here that I need. So I think maybe if we could move the mobile vehicle bay or whatever, it'd be great if we could move the life support thing as well, but it's close enough that it doesn't really matter. Yeah, and then we're gonna gather, I think it's lead and titanium, and we're gonna have to gather quite a bit of that. And I'm not 100% sure what the best spots for that are without like just going deep into the deep ocean and getting chomped to pieces. Every time I go a little bit too deep, everybody gets very scared. And it's funny because even in real life, I don't have a fantastic danger sense. My friends have had to take me away from strange men a few times, like, Rosie, what are you doing? I'm like, he's just lonely, he just wants to talk. So he's trying to take you down an alley. This is very silly. But no, I seem to have no danger sense in the ocean either, so... Oxygen. Dwarf Fortress is your chosen management game at the moment. I enjoyed Dwarf Fortress. I think did my sister get it for me for my birthday, or is it someone else got it for me for my birthday? It's a good game. I like it. I just don't have the time for it.
This is Life Pod 6. I have a passenger on board. Coordinates attached. We've landed a kilometer from the crash site, but there's radiation in between us and the rendezvous. Immediate assistance. 6 out.
That's what...
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank.
Data bank. That was a weird way that she said that. I mean, Altair is supposed to be Amazon, so it's entirely fair to say that that's a fucking Alexa. Alexa, subscribe to Hughes of Rosemary on Twitch, yes. Please tell me that at least triggered people's Alexas. Right. We've got loads of copper that we don't need. I think we should probably move the boxes that we've already got. The ocean is a cruel, unforgiving place for the naive, where you wouldn't have been extremely lucky 3 times. I mean, I also have died 3 times in this game, so I get my just deserves eventually. Just deserves? You know what I'm saying. I don't. Someone does. That one's full. Here we go. All this useless silver and useless lithium and useless... all these things. Yeah, let's go set up some waterproof lockers. I don't know if I could just build the regular lockers, but I think they're intended to be inside. I don't know if it'll actually let me do that. Where's that gun that makes buildings happen? This one. Locker? Locker. Quartz and titanium. Yeah, I think that's what we want to build. I think we have quartz. I don't think we have titanium. So that's gonna be something. Oh shit, are we out of oxygen? Just deserves. New competitors at Just Eat. You should have called it Just Desserts. Actually, where do I normally buy food from? I think I probably do from Just Eat, because I can't Uber because they tried to steal my money, and Deliveroo, I don't know, I used to, but it was annoying or something. I don't really remember why I stopped using it. I assume that's the reason. It reminds you of the sequel wasn't that good, in part because they added story elements and more land elements. Oh, Subnautica 2. Yeah, Subnautica 2 has this really annoying section where you're given a map that's not very accurate to where you actually are. And you have to find all of these things. Certain old men found that very tedious and stressful, but I think in general everybody has agreed that that bit's not as good. Right, so we're looking for titanium. Come see Glide. You have no batteries, do you? Ah, fuck. I can't keep making batteries. We're just gonna have to live without batteries for a little bit. I think that there's enough rocks nearby. I feel like the ones that are like, that I find around here, they're probably gonna be copper. I feel like I have to get a little bit deeper to find titanium. Can I kill you? What? I mean, you did die, but also like, I don't know if I was doing anything useful there. Cave sulfur. You a rock? You rocky outcrop? This is our new way of discovering. We're not scanning anything, we're just gonna slash things with a knife as hard as we can and see if we get anything for— oh, actually, I think that is one of the things that works for, but I don't actually need that right now. Just need little rocks. There's some quartz. We do need quartz. Anything else? Ah! Made me jump. Thank you for— I want to redo some of the musical stuff. Oh yeah, I never made any like musical stingers for Subnautica. I actually did consider maybe putting a little bit of Under the Sea in, so you would just go under the sea and that would be the whole redemption. Ooh, lead. I cannot see. Rocks? Rock? Silver? I'm like, it's going to be really useful when I need silver.
30 seconds.
But I actually have an issue at the moment where I need the storage, so I only need the things I can store, or that will build storage. Do we remember what the rifting recipe was for it? Crystal 100, hello, and thank you for the Isaac A. It was such a weird— sometimes we just go with whims on this channel, like when I did an STI test on the stream. There's sometimes we just go with whims, and that was a very interesting whim of— I bet we can turn Dead Space into a musical piano, and it's a horrific organ. It really is. Welcome, and how goes swimming? It's fun. One of my favorite things about this game, almost immediately, is you can just be like, wee, go among the shrubs. Like, it's really fun to swim among the glowing, these things, the orange glowing things, because they actually kind of work like a sad lamp in real life to me, because I got really close to them and I was like, oh, this is so— look how warm and bright that is. Doesn't that make you feel good? Ah, yes. Genuinely, I feel the warmth off that. I think that's just good lighting design, but I'm ridiculous. The we have died a few times, usually because I've choked in caves because they've gone a little bit too deep, or like there were those eels that were also in that deep cave that I kept trying to fight. I need every cave to have like lights and signals and stuff, so it's really clear where the entrance and exits of the caves are. Which I don't know. I kind of want to be a bit more build heavy. I've seen people that will just focus on their like submarine. I've not really seen that much of the game for it to be too much of a spoiler. I'm aware that there are submarines in the game called Subnautica, you know. Right. We have enough to. That's 2 scan. We got 2 scanners for no reason. Oops. We make this 2 titanium. We've got 1. We might have a titanium in storage, right? I'm not foolish for thinking that. Vampire Survivor DLC. Yes, I actually this morning when I was trying. Not this morning, yesterday morning. Thank you for the follow, I'm Plummy. I hope you are not a bot, or unless you are a bot that's gained sentience, in which case I'm very interested in that. No, I was hang on, let me shout them out. SK. Is that how you spell the username? Hello, hello. Oh, and hi Bebsy as well. Is this how you do this? Yeah, there we go. I was watching SK this morning. SK, nice person. I was one of the people I felt like I kind of started moving towards a different side of Twitch after getting ostracized, and the people that embraced me, a lot of were friends of each other, and SK was one of those people who just sort of like came in and started raiding me and stuff. And I was like, oh, he's nice. And he is. He's lovely. Sometimes streams at a lot of times where other people don't so much, so like Sunday mornings kind of thing. So I needed to get up for something, so I just basically put Twitch on, and I was like kind of like half asleep, half awake, but I got up in I did get sorry, I got distracted by being called brother. I very clearly am not a brother. Fuck off, please. Normally I would give people a bit more of the benefit of the doubt then, but I can't be fucked. Like, just look at my channel, please. Hey, like, is it not obvious? Come on. Dude, please don't invalidate me. I'm too tired for that. I've slept in the last 3 days about 15 hours total. I don't have any patience for it. We had a polite conversation with someone else about it. We're not being polite anymore. Gender me correctly or fuck off. I don't have the I normally would have patience for it. I don't. You're very pretty. Thank you. That's very kind. What am I doing? We're eating old cooked peepers.
Vital signs stabilizing.
We need more food before we do anything else. And the next thing I need to do is find more titanium. You gave the early bro comment though. Yeah, but this was like, I don't know, this is different. I don't want to be grumpy about it, but also I am grumpy about it at the moment. I shouldn't have to tell people. There's so many tags. It says on my channel, there's a literally transition call there, there's transition call there, there's a fucking transition call here. It says I'm trans. I don't know if my pronouns are also on the tags as well. I just, like, come on. Like, come on. If you're really that ignorant, then we're not gonna get on. I have no patience for it today, and I feel really mean saying that, but like, this is actually my right. Me being nice to people and sort of taking people through how to use pronouns and stuff like that, that's a polite, nice thing that I do because I'm a nice person. That's not something that I should be expected to do. And today I just don't have the patience for it, so... maybe I'll check the ban appeals later. But right now I'm like, nah, I'm here to play Subnautica. I'm only here to be a princess and be loved and everything else. I really can't, no conflict please of any kind. I was in this Discord channel that was for a specific purpose, and it sort of turned into arguing a little bit, so I'm also like, I'm all conflicted out. I'm conflicted about confliction. I'm conflicted. No, yeah, we don't need to belabor the point. Right, I don't think you can eat this fish. I wonder what's the biggest fish this thing can pick. It's probably that, right? It's probably the biggest fish it can pick up. Just grab everything. We also kind of need to do a little bit of an inventory clean out, but the problem is we don't really have anywhere to clean it out. That does not need to be in there. Right. I think we can build our own fabricator, can't we? So I don't need to keep coming back in here once I actually have that set up. But I have a feeling that it also needs to be inside. So we'll need an amount of lead and stuff in storage. Sorry, that whole thing kind of threw me a little bit because I felt like I was being mean, and I don't like to feel mean. Right, we got lead, we got titanium. We need one more titanium, and then we can make a big box, a big storage, which I have a feeling works in the water, right? I'm hoping. If it doesn't, then it's wasted my time for no reason. How am I disposing of the batteries? I am currently just keeping them in storage. No. No! You should. That shouldn't work. I should be able to just keep swimming. When do I get a gun? I feel like if it was Ark or something, they would give me a gun. But also, this game is more fun than Ark. Oh my god, there's loads of these things. Just want titanium. The lockers do not work outside of a base. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just, Did I eat all the fish? Drop that. Pick up this salvage. We can turn that into titanium. These big shells, these big tubes, very much speak to my inner child. I'm very happy to just go through a tube. It's fucking great. Man, listen, like... Why don't we have more tubes in society? You know, like obviously stairs and ramps and lifts and all the other access things as well. But like, what if there's just like a little tube option? Like, do you want to enter this? Do you want to enter this building like the regular way, or do you want to come in through the tube? People will love the tube. Hello Scoot, it's good to see you. Ever since I changed to the off stream elements, it's actually easier for me to process seeing when you're at me in chat, because for some reason before when it highlighted it red, my brain would just ignore it, and I felt really bad because I kept going like, are you ignoring me? And it's like I never was. Thank you for the big wizard. Also hello, Ally, good to see you. Or would that be said Ali? That probably would be say Ali, wouldn't it? Honk. No undersea wizard? No. I feel like that would be like scuba wizard. Like, I'm a scuba wizard. Swim of the fishes. Scuba wizard. Scuba wizard loves going through the tubes. That's scuba wizard. Yeah, where's my house? There it is. It's not really a house at this point. Crystal Wizard Wing 100 says, hello with a tiny wizard. Hello, it's good to see you. That's what that's there for. You can say hello as often as you want. I don't think there's any limit on it. Everyone's always really amazed when, like other streamers are always really amazed when they learn that I've got no limits on a lot of the things that happen in the channel. And I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Hello, spike up your life. Hello, spike up your life. Thank you for the tiny wizard. Hello, hello. Spike up your life. Thank you for the tiny wizard. Hello, hello. Thank you for the tiny wizard. Hello, spike up your life. You demand 4 hellos. Well, I already did it, so there you go. Space wizard, galactic wizard is coming. I don't know. I have no date on it. Because it could be months. Because one of the people working on it is also like, I need a break from everything for 2 months, and I'm like, fair enough. I've not commissioned this. They just wanted to do it to be nice, and it was going to be a surprise, but then they don't like surprises. Thank you for the small wizard. The small wizards is very cheap, and small wizards is on screen and it plays a sound, so you can really fucking small wizard. Slashy loves that's the thing. Actually, let's give a shout out to Slashy as well. Definitely fucking watch Slashy. Very good person, and that's very important to me with streamers, because I've met some questionable people, and I've met some just like really problematic people, and I've met some people who should not stream. Thank you for the biggest wizard. If you're wondering why we have a bunch of wizards, the answer is because it's funny. That's the reason we do anything, really. That's the reason I do anything on this channel. It's like, that seems funny. Honk, 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 honk. This is a honking stream now. It does seem like the container has to be indoors for that to work. That's very good. I might get rid of that in favor of something a bit more musical, but it is funny. Because in theory, the idea in my head was that you would be... Chat is on a very particular wavelength, it's true. Although I've never called them chat before, ever in my entire life. The people watching the stream... thank you for the organ tunes. Finding it hard to focus, which is great. Because that's very funny. Right, so we can't... So we can't... So we can't build the thing inside. Oh, we can make a solar panel. That's cool. I didn't know that. Oh, I mean, I'd need it like a... yeah, I'd need a reactor, wouldn't I? Or is that how that works? Yeah, we can't build this stuff because that's all indoors, so we have to build the walls. So I guess we're gonna have to put all these like flotational devices in. This is why we lost Henry Sting Aloud. I had a thought, and I wasn't sure about it, that I would bring Henry Sting Aloud back, but I would make it for bits. And I'm like, ha! You can only hurt me with money. But now it's kind of like, that's a little antithetical to how you normally do these things. Because the point is, people shouldn't need money to do the things that they want in this game, in this channel. It's not a game. Maybe it's just a game to you. This is a game. Can I get rid of the seed because it's taking up my inventory? No. Okay. I still don't have a battery. Right. Okay. So next thing we need is lead. I mean, we'll also still need titanium as well. I seem to be honest, the best place to get titanium is probably just to find the little things of metal that these things keep chucking up. And those are basically everywhere, but there seems to be some spots where they are. See, there's loads down here. Oh, there's loads down here, never mind. I was like, let's go to the other place. Something trying to eat me. Oh yeah, Scooters is typing. Literally, that's how my brain read that for a second. Gosh, we've all been conditioned by our social media overlords. Excuse me. I'm trying to stop clearing my throat as much. It's been working a little bit, but I think probably should just have like, you know, the old winter medicines, the soothers and the strepsils and the all those other things that have just a little bit of alcohol. Just start drinking just vodka on the stream. I can't be trusted around vodka. I will eventually drink it. Or cook with it, actually. The best broccoli sauce I ever made in my life was cooked with vodka. It was fucking great, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to recreate that in my life.
Oxygen.
Yes, oxygen. Would an underwater wizard scuba stand for satanic cauldron utilizing black magic and alchemy? That's pretty good, actually. Scuba. I think you could probably get away with black magic being two words in the sense of like, because it's a concept. Yeah, maybe people will disagree. Be like, no, it's scuba-ma. Scuba-ma. There it is. Everything is a magic potion. It's just a matter of perspective. I mean, vodka's a magic potion that turns me from a sober person into a drunk one. I know people say stuff about like, you ever hear people say where they're like, oh, this drink makes me really like flirty or fighty or whatever. I don't really know. I feel like a couple of drinks of anything will mean that if I sit down and have a conversation with someone, it'll be a fucking good conversation. And then anything beyond that, I just become like excessively considerate of other people. So like if everybody else is drunk, I'm like, no, we gotta be careful. Don't run into the road. I've never been a fighty drunk. I've never wanted to fight anyone drunk. but they don't want to fight anyone anyway for any reason. Right, we need more of these lockers. This is going well. We're becoming more efficient in our ability to do anything. We're what's that stuff called? Executive function. We have executive function. We have some executive function.
Aurora, this is Sunbeam again. We just picked up a massive debris field at your location. I didn't know how many of you. I didn't know. We're now en route to your location.
Oh, that's not what I was meant to
I'm gonna
do.
bring you home. Sunbeam out.
Oh, okay, so that's...
What else can I say? The only time I parked a rig this big on a rock that small was in VR. And I blew it.
Oh,
It's a bad option, alright, but so are all the others.
okay. That's not... So another ship is gonna crash into this planet at some point is what it sounds like. God. This is... wasn't that a thing with the ship that got... No. I was gonna say the ship that got trapped in the Suez Canal. That another one got stuck, but I think I'm thinking of something else entirely. Vodka's a magic potion that turns you to even more of a slut. Weed does that for me, I think. But it's also good socializing power. I feel like I spent a lot of time as a teenager chasing that, trying to get to parties where people were drunk so that I could flirt with people. And don't do that. It's not fun. Just if alcohol happens to happen, then that's great. But or if flirting happens to happen, that's great. But if you're like very intensely searching for it, I find it tends to happen less often. There we go. We've got a new locker. Fuck, let's just put all the stuff I don't care about in here. Like this second scanner. Or this gold. Fuck gold! Why would anyone want gold? And then we've got another locker here as well. Put that down. Oh, they bump into each other. That's interesting. Oh, I wonder if you could make a sport of that. Can you pick it up? Did it let you pick it up? There we go. So if I like... One sec. So like, if you like deploy them, can you like bounce them off each other? And then if they bounce off each other, can you like... Can you like bounce them into like little holes and stuff? Sorry, I'm just responding to my best friend who's sick right now. This is the new game actually. Oh fuck! Can you throw the item at the other item before you run out of oxygen? Another ship. Sounds like the kind of planet where if you go near it, your insurance rates just automatically go up. Oh, I mean, absolutely, especially because they're all basically Amazon-owned ships and stuff. Space Amazon. I'm normally really fucking tired of the it's the future and capitalism is really bad stuff, because also like that's true now, and I know that's such a fucking cop out, because yes, that's the point. That's the point of science fiction. But I you know, give me a grim dark dystopian future that isn't that because of capitalism. And you might say Warhammer 40k, but I'm pretty sure they got money in that. I want to see something where like I want to see a future where like they've sorted out loads of social issues that we have now, but they have like a completely different issue, and maybe even like one that we wouldn't predict or something. Like everybody's got measles. Something that's arguably solvable right now. We got space measles. You just can't seem to keep space measles under control. Hi, Undead Billy Mays here with a fantastic new product. It's the measles curing spray. You got measles in your house? Hi, I'm Barry Scott. Have you got measles under your sink? You got space measles in your house? Lime scale. There's 2-in-1 space measles and lime scale spray. There's two in one. I recently had to mold spray like a significant part of my room, and to the point where some of the paint came off. So you're like, did I get rid of it? And it's like, well, there's no paint there anymore. So it's like, no, I definitely cleaned it. That was fun to have to do that. Why did my house get moldy? Whenever anything like happens like that, it makes me feel like it's me, that there's just mold inside me and I breathe out and it occurs. But I also have hypochondria a little bit, so that's probably why. Splash potion of remove stains caused by splash potion of remove stains caused by splash potion. Yeah, I need a potion to fix the paint on the wall that I've ripped off with what is essentially bleach and like a brush. Measles or D&D measles. Is a measle with a Z? Is that like a weasel? You know how you get like kobolds and then you get like different kinds of kobolds that are like Gobles? I don't know. And maybe that's a World of Warcraft thing, but World of Warcraft's based on D&D, and D&D is based on Lord of the Rings, and Lord of the Rings is based on some German book which is based on folklore. It's all a circle. Well, a line. Yeah, measles got measles. That's what space measles is like. You get regular measles and you're like, oh, I'm fine, and then you get space measles on top of it, and then you're like, oh no, I can't stop having measles because of my space measles. GITS, GITS. I don't know what that is. Style cyberpunk usually has issues of capitalism going on, but they'll have capitalism as well. I just want post-capitalist sci-fi, and it doesn't have to be a utopia or whatever. Like the problem could be like giant robots, and that's like their biggest concern. But there is this kind of thing, right? Like we personally, like in the UK, have seen worsening social standards for everything, to the point where children are starving and things that should never ever happen in any society ever. So for us and for like a lot of like liberals and stuff, there's this sense of like, oh, things are so bad and depressing and these are such hard times. But also the thing is, like, when you look historically at like all of the things that are going on all the time for people, there's always something bad happening, right? And that's not to say that things getting worse in specific ways aren't worse, but like you know, for example, there's a lot of haranguing about trans rights, but the other thing I'm hearing is like, you know, my friend was telling me about how their kids at school were just fine with other trans kids, which is so alien to my experience. I'm like, that's better. Socially, that has improved. So there's kind of a thing of like, so a lot of people get into this like utopian thinking of like, oh, if we can just fix this thing, we'll live in a utopia. And it's like, we'll have different problems, but also like, I think we should contextualize that to now as well. We should go, yes, we have loads of problems and that's really sucks, but that doesn't mean to give up or like stop trying or something, because even when we've completed those, there will be more things to work on. We should be constantly trying to do good in every situation that we have, and we should not be stressing too much about what we can't change until we have the opportunity to change it, I suppose. In fact, we should try to change things even when we can't change them. It's okay to fail so long as you try. Hello Callum, good to see you. Zero Geezels. You want more fantasy for marginalized groups that are steeped in social trauma and bigotry? Is there I was like, there's no shortage of that, is there? It's just so fucking tired, you know, especially in grimdark stuff. Like, let's have a cool fantasy world with conflicts that... Oh, okay, you saying you don't want more fantasy like that. Sometimes it feels like the only stories we're allowed to be in. It's why I like the Enter. Yes. Okay. I see what you're saying. I kind of had this issue with like I don't know, maybe I've got a broader issue than this, but I find it really hard to watch or read or listen to creative stuff about being trans, because it so often will include like the sad things that happen to us, and I'm like, the sad things already happened to us. I don't want to experience them again. It's too much. It's too sad for me. You know, the Barbie movie's not perfect. I have lots of criticisms for it. It's fun, I guess. But one of the things that was really nice for me is that they had a trans actor playing presumably a trans character, and they just existed, and that was it. And there was nothing about that. That in itself is a huge statement, of course, but like it felt really good. It felt really good. I would like to see that in other things. I would love to see some fucking like, you know, let's say for example a sitcom that was transphobic, Always Sunny in Philadelphia. What if one of the main cast just happened to be trans, and it wasn't really like the focus of the show? They just, that's a thing that happens to be the thing. Like why can't like, yeah, Tom Cruise is on his big adventure with all his mates, and one of his friends is trans. But I also don't want it where they're like, one of his friends is trans and they're such a minor character that they have no impact and you never see them. And just normalize it, really. I would like to see that. Oops. Into Spider-Verse is very good. Oh, the Spider-Verse stuff, both of those films seem fantastic. I haven't seen the second one. You like the big O? I don't know what that is. What if we eradicate all poverty disease, but everyone dresses like Harry Styles? Well, the thing, but isn't Harry Styles dressing like Latin American gay star? What's his face? Aren't they like basically just stealing from his wardrobe? And he dresses well, so that's not so dystopian, right? It's said to feel worse these days because being unable to find out about it is so easier instead of it being unreported. I think that's I think there's definitely truth to that. I think I would like the extent of the Palestinian protests that are currently happening would not be able to happen were it not for the amount of social media about it, right? And it's kind of similar how, you know, we weren't able to stop the Vietnam War, but the attitude around war changed very dramatically because of how much of it was televised. So like, as we get more sort of media as to show these things, and but also, I say social media, but I mean people using media in a social way, because social media people think I mean Facebook, and what I actually mean is like people messaging each other and saying, oh, have you seen this? Or potentially making content about it and stuff like that. There's just too many people who are informed telling other people for them to like keep a lid on that. So we do have to keep trying, though. I keep seeing a lot of people being like, don't lose hope, and I'm like, I don't think people are losing hope, or at least I hope not. I'm not losing hope. It's fine, we just keep going. There will be less protests in the winter, unfortunately. I imagine by summer we'll probably have some pretty fucking big ones. I really hope so, also because I've always wanted, maybe this is a selfish reason, I've always wanted to be in a protest that lasted several days. You know, when they start to become like a big camp and stuff, and people get a lot more anarchist and they start teaching people how to like plant potatoes and stuff like that, just to kind of like keep those things going. I've always wanted to be involved in something like that because it seems like it would be fucking cool as fuck. But also because that puts an enormous amount of pressure on the issue. Oh, speaking of which, I think there was a call for oh fuck, that would be today, wouldn't it? Oh well, I've already fucked that one up. Well, I don't know. The other thing is, use your social media to talk about Palestine. If you're unclear about the stance of this channel, the genocide of Palestinians has been going on for maybe like 100 years. It predates the Second World War, but the most specific start of it, when it really started fucking ramping up, was in the 1940s. It's not something that Hamas started. Hamas started a long time even after that. It is a genocide, and it has to be stopped, and Israel is an apartheid state, and it has to be dismantled, as happened to South Africa. This is something that we have done before and we can do, but the most important thing is there needs to be a ceasefire. People have not been killed at the rate that they are being killed since the Second World War, and possibly even further than that. people are dying very quickly, and a good majority of those people being killed are children, because this is a genocide. They don't want anybody to exist anymore that belongs there. Lots of people have all these sort of like kind of statements about, well, these people did this, Hamas did this. It doesn't fucking matter anymore, because the Israeli Defense Force and the government and state of Israel are just wholly evil. They're deliberately targeting journalists, they are deliberately targeting children, they're deliberately targeting hospitals, they are running seawater into the land, which is going to make it impossible for people to grow stuff. They are just trying to completely eradicate every single person, and it is all of our duty as human beings, as compassionate people, as thinking and understanding, to say that it is wrong and to keep saying that it's wrong, and also to encourage other people to keep saying it's wrong, because I genuinely think that we can put a stop to this, and it's very important that we do, not just because this is horrible, we need to stop it, but also, like, people need a win. People really need a win. People need to be able to see that collectively we are so much stronger, and there is so much that we can do. So please don't lose heart. Please keep trying, and if you think that you can encourage other people as well, please also do that. This is very, very important. Let me catch up with the chat a little bit. Let me just pause this so I don't drown. It's easier to feel worse. Yeah, okay, I read that bit. That's right. There's a fair amount of settings that aren't highlighting bigotry. You're enjoying Edge Runners again. Oh, you talk. Yeah. There's a quote out there somewhere. In times of old, the village dick had an audience of about 4 people. Now he's a Twitter account with 50,000 followers. Yeah. But also, like, that's not true, because in those times, you got like popes and kings and stuff. There's still massive power imbalances with huge audiences. But to be fair, I guess there's more of them. Maybe, I don't know. All of the followers of Village Dickheads. We're all the Village Dickheads. We have formed together. I'm sorry if anyone has this accent. I'm not saying anything about this accent. It feels medieval. So on Village Dickhead 1 and Village Dickheads have been getting mistreated for too long. We demand a Magna Carta of our own. A trans person just being normal, not shoehorning them having addiction problem or family issues. Finally, yeah, no, you do meet trans people who like have support of their parents, got HRT as soon as they needed it, don't have any trauma. They do exist. It does happen. It's a fucking, like, you're like, whoa, every time it happens, but like it does often. Like I how many trans people have I met in person in this last year? Like 50 maybe. And no, there's a few people that are just normal. It does happen. But also, like, I can be normal too. I'm not every second I'm not crying about everything bad that's happened to me. I do every second. They keep announcing how we live in the most peaceful time in history. I feel like the time that was probably true was like 2000, and then never ever again. Because then immediately Iraq War and all that, and also they're kind of like, oh, we're in such a peaceful time compared to the 1940s, when everyone was just like, oh, we can just all do war now, that's fine. How were the world wars stopped? Because they became too expensive to keep continuing because of strikes and deliberate action. We can bring this beast to a halt, and we should as often as possible. I would love to see. I'm getting this understanding. There is this pathway of like people blocking weapons factories from working and blocking ports from delivering weapons and stuff like that. That's some of the most important pacifism activism that exists, and that is very good, and those people are very admirable, and they're putting themselves in quite a lot of danger, but they are very, very good people for doing so, and we need to do more of that, because we could do that for every conflict. And in America and the UK, who are essentially the biggest producers and distributors of weapons, we could change the whole shape of the world, right? Because even other countries that have militaries and armies and stuff, they're still not as passionate about controlling the world in the same way as America and Britain are. That's not to say that it doesn't happen. you know, there's plenty of AK-47s everywhere, but we can do this. The only thing that really needs to happen is that people need to believe that they can do that. They need to see that it's possible. And once you start getting involved with that stuff, it changes your perspective a lot, because you go, oh, actually, the only thing that was I didn't need any special skills. We just had a bunch of people who understood this and did this together. And yeah, I want to see more of that. Sorry, I'm trying really hard to keep up with the chat. You argue that the trans experience is important enough to some, which is why... Oh, yeah. No, I mean, we definitely should have a space to talk about our trauma, because... you know, I tried to say about me getting mistreated on Twitch, and it became a fucking prolonged 2-year fucking bullshit, right? And those same people still didn't believe me at the end of it. Like, in that sense, I needed a space to be able to talk about that. I needed to have the right to be able to say that. So that is important. It's just like, it can't be the only thing. We also need space to be able to like love and grow. And one of the most like... I'm going to try and play the game at the same time as I say this, actually. One of the most impactful images I ever saw in my life about being trans was just a bunch of trans girls just like hugging together in a bed and just looking quite relaxed. This is a picture that was taken in 2023, and it just kind of like, it really opened my eyes. I was like, oh, it's just possible. It is possible for us to relax and enjoy each other's company and not be stressed about all these things, right? It is possible. And I was like, oh, I want to also do this. I want to be able to it's not even necessarily about the hugging, it's just the sort of like, it's they looked very happy. And they, you know, obviously trans and happy about it. It was great. That kind of stuff I would love to see. Around 45% of all Palestinians are under 18 years old. This is very common in areas of genocide and conflict. I think that's true for like South Sudan as well, that a good majority or like almost close to a majority of the people living there are like under 20. Or I imagine in the Congo as well. I like that people have started talking about what's happening in Congo because of Palestine. If you don't know, essentially, people like Elon Musk are so serious about making fucking batteries that they will help genocides if that's what it means in order to get certain resources. I think cobalt is one of the big resources, or I don't exactly know what's in a battery, but I think that's one of the things. And you know, it's for fucking like disposable fucking batteries, right? It's for the things that are just going straight into the fucking fire and burning and being bad for chemical stuff. We do not need slavery to produce the things that we need. We do not need that. It's just a capitalism thing, right? Because they need endless profit and they need endless growth, so they will keep producing those sorts of things. You know, we stopped like specifically the slave trade, but there's so many ways in which slavery exists, or things that are very close to slavery as well. We don't need that. It's not good. I know that everybody here knows that. Meaningless statistic. Our potential for harm is infinitely greater as ability to propaganda each other and generally share information. Sorry, what was the perspective? Sorry. Oh, yeah, the most peaceful times. Yeah, is it the most peaceful times for someone living in the Congo? Probably not. But that's not some, you know, that's a changeable thing. Trans girls deserve all the happy, relaxed hugging times. All trans people, well, all people, but yes, we do. You think he's been abusing kobolds too? What, Elon Musk? Batteries are made from acid mushrooms and copper. Yeah, he should just get on a big fucking rocket. He should get on his most trustworthy rocket that he believes is incapable of crashing, and he should fly off into an ocean planet and crash there, and we'll never see him again. To be honest, it will literally be, he'll be here immediately, and it'll be like, use the fabricator to make water, and he won't know what the fuck to do, and he'll die of thirst. That would be fantastic if that happened. If he just fucked off. The problem is, it's more than just him, right? Like, it's he didn't wake up one day and went, oh, I'm going to be a dickhead. I mean, maybe he did when he was born into his apartheid emerald mine owning family, but he's a product of capitalism, right? He's a product of apartheid, of racism and all of these things, right? I need to eat some more fish. There's so many fish here. I need to let them go. Because I can't, these like stingray things do not deserve to be trapped. Let's put this back down again, there we go. In a video game. I mean, I'm talking about Subnautica. Also, it is worth mentioning that in a video game doesn't work as a legal defense. There have been some legal cases in which they have pointed out that in a video game it's just could often mean, I mean, it doesn't, just for any lawyers watching, when I say in a video game, I am talking about a video game. Even if it seems like I'm not, I actually 100% am. It's not a code. I know some people may use it as a code, but that's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is calling for the death of Elon Musk. Don't report me. Clipping this now, see you in court. I think it would be fine. I don't think that they like to ban streamers for particularly long. There also is kind of a thing. I think they get a little bit worried about the publicity of it sometimes, because especially with some of the bigger streamers, like all they have to say is like, "Oh, I got banned for this reason," and then everyone goes, "Hmm," and then when they get unbanned, they get like a bunch of subs. So like, if I get banned for saying that we should kill Elon Musk, like ritually, we should cut him into tiny little chunks, and show the other billionaires. No, realistically, I'm a believer that if you can physically, if you don't need to kill people if the thing that they have is like a material object, right? Also, you don't need to kill people. I would say in probably all situations. We just take his money off him. It's like the whole thing with Maoism. It's like, you didn't need to kill landlords. You could have just taken their properties off them. Right. So where are we at with construction? So we have to make it a pipe one at the moment, because I guess we've not learned how to actually build a real building. There we go. I need to make a little a hatch, which we've not done yet. Oh no, we have. We just haven't. We don't have the quartz or the titanium for it. Titanium. No, I already have the titanium. I just don't have the quartz. Quartz? Quartz? That's some quartz. Are you a Vosh viewer? You mean the white supremacist who's masquerading as being left-wing by just calling himself a leftist? No, I do not watch him, and he can burn in hell. He's a real piece of shit. I think that's fairly well known, right? Oh god, there's way more room in here than I thought.
Oxygen production.
US State Department's favorite streamer. Why? What's he done with that now? How do you feel about a trans character, but the only source you'd found about their trans is in character profiles of Reddit posts? I think that's lazy. It's like, oh, they were trans the whole time. There is kind of an issue with often with like trans representation, they will only make people who are like instantly transitioned, which that's not how that works. Even for people who get everything they need within a year, like they're still transitioning, they're still going through the process. So I kind of feel a bit like that with like Bridget being trans in Guilty Gear is fucking fantastic and amazing, but also transition's not like that. It's not just immediately go and fine. Maybe you could argue that it's something that's been going on for a while, but Yeah, I mean, finding out characters are trans is nice. It's fun, but I think we could do with some better representation. Like, think about what I looked like when I started streaming compared to now. Like, I have changed my appearance slightly, and my appearance will change even more as I continue to have HRT. It's evolving. It's an ongoing process. Not all of the pieces are where I want them. I'm still voice training and stuff like that. And some people voice train for years, and it doesn't work out for them. So, like, the depiction of trans people as just having a what would seemingly be a cis person. But here's the other thing: there are also trans people like that. That does also happen. It just doesn't happen all the time. In fact, I'd say I would assume it's in the minority, but then maybe I don't know. Reminds you of when Natalie Bennett was asked what would happen to the Queen if the Green Party disbanded the monarchy. She said, we'll find her a nice council house. Is the Green Party specifically anti-monarchist? I hope so, because everybody should be. There was so much like attention on like, oh, it's so sad the Queen's died, to the point where even the fucking Tesco had like a cardboard cutout of her to, like, you know how they used to put cardboard cutouts of police officers to fucking remind people that the state is always watching them when they're buying their cucumbers? It was like that, but now it's like, oh, it's the Queen, and I got so pissed because I don't even like adverts. I don't like anything that's like intentionally invading my thought process for shitty reasons, right? Love some graffiti, hate adverts. It got to the point where I was so enraged by that, I started just learning stuff about the Queen, and I was like, oh, she had people tortured because they were protesting about being in the Commonwealth, like, which is like her big project, and then a lot of people were also like, yeah, no, we're pretty sure she did like order Diana to be killed as well, which, like, it's not a proven thing, but it makes sense. Just like, or just how often people were constantly like editorializing to make sure the incredibly horrendous racist things that she were constantly coming out of her mouth did not see the public, or like they would sort of skew it and stuff like that. She was a awful, miserable bitch. She's an evil person, and no amount of fucking PR changes that. She wanted domination over the planet. She one of her first projects upon freshly becoming queen was to make sure to hold on as much of the British Empire as possible, and empires are one of the evilest things that exist. Not a good person. But I only learned this because they were like, no, you have to mourn for this kind old woman. No, I didn't like her anyway, but now I know loads of stuff, even more reasons to not like her. And then we still went ahead and had a king as well. Like, are you sure? Yeah, but corgis. Feel like it's lazy from a representation standpoint, but from a writing standpoint, I feel weird pushing it in if it has nothing to do with the story. I think you have to look at your phrasing and mentality there. Why do you feel that having a trans character is pushing something in? Trans people exist. 1 to maybe as much as 10% of the population of the world. So if you have 100 characters, you probably should have 10 trans characters, right? It's not pushing it in. Sorry, I'm saying pushing it in a lot, and I'm a child, so I'm like, eh. I cannot. There's so many words that are ruined to me. Like sobbing. I can't hear that word anymore. Yeah, nobody ever worries about pushing in with cisgender heterosexual characters. Exactly. Whereas that actually is pushed in because other people have been pushed out. You worry about it. I'm a writer. Don't worry. Just write. Wonderful thing about writing is you are in control of the letters that you type. That does kind of remind me of the whole thing with... I know people have different opinions of that, but when someone was complaining that they added in a new move to Doom, and someone was like, can't we just have like classic Doom? And Doom responded with, you control the buttons that you press. So like, if you don't want to use the frost bomb, you're not forced to. It's a little bit sort of also you could just mod it out as well. That's another option. One sec. What time is it now? Sorry, I'm seek fluid intake. Sorry, my best friend's messaging me a lot, and I don't want to neglect them. Sorry, one sec. I know we're programmed to assume that we're arguing against someone who doesn't want representation. Are we? But I'm saying oftentimes we wouldn't know about someone's identity or preferences without it coming from the story, which could come across strange if it isn't the themes of the story. Which is where your first question comes from. No, actually, I think maybe you have a bit of an issue with trans representation. You remember how I was telling you stuff about, like, the Statue of Liberty is trans, and you said, well, everything is trans then. I feel like that's maybe something you need to work on, personally. Not to get too personal, but also I feel like I do a lot with you anyway, and right. Okay, so where are we at with the Subnautica thing? Differences. Have I ever cared? My favorite things have trans characters. Sure you do. Guilty Gear. Testament. Bridget. You care about that. So, okay, so the thing with having this building, right, is I think it's supposed to have power in it, right? Oh shit, we can put storage in here, right? We can put storage in here now, right? That's a thing we can do, right? We can just, yeah. Make it 90 degrees, please. I like how free the building is, because it seems like I can just fucking build anything anywhere, and that's nice. But it does make it a little frustrating, because it's like, well, how do these things fit together? Quartz and titanium. That's a different... Have I ever cared... Sorry. You mean cared enough to not like it, as you're insinuating? I'm kind of lost as to what you're saying. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. I convinced my best friend to get our favorite pizza place that's local to us. It's really good pizza, and I buy from them often enough that they know who I am, and I've been like encouraging other friends to get it because it's a local place as well. I was getting Domino's before, and Domino's is good because you can get vegan pizza, but that's kind of it. It's otherwise quite expensive. It is tasty. Some of the extras at Domino's are pretty good, but the fucking extras at this place are amazing. They're very good, and if you buy enough stuff, they just like give you free garlic bread, which is nice. Yeah, it's okay. Status quo will be kept. Sorry, hang on. We're programmed to assume that we're arguing against someone who doesn't want representation, but I'm saying oftentimes we wouldn't know about someone's identity preference without coming up in the story, which can come across as strange isn't the themes of the story. This is where my first question comes from. That's different. Have I ever cared? My favorite things have trans characters. Cared enough to not like it. Yeah, it's okay. Status quo will be kept. I really don't know what you're saying, Fuzzy. I feel like you're on one right now, and I'm not following it or understanding it, and I'm trying to respond to it, but I really don't understand what you're saying, and I'm very sorry. Local could be so much better. Yeah, we should be, you know. I'm a little hesitant to say that like purchasing stuff is the same as like taking action or whatever, because the whole thing of veganism, but you should, as much as possible, you should buy from a local shop, and you should at least check out local shops to see if they have something that you would be buying from somewhere else and better, because that money is much more likely to positively affect the space around you. And whereas like if you, I don't know, if you give your money to like Amazon Pizza or something, you're never going to see that. It's going to be off in the some billionaire a million miles away from you. Your local pizza place is 1,000 times better than Domino's and Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut's gotten very bad. I feel like they use too much oil. I feel like they cook it for too long. I feel like the ingredients are not as good. It's not good to buy. It's not as good to buy as a delivery. I think the idea is you're supposed to go in the restaurant and that's the good pizza. But the takeaway, it's for what Pizza Hut is as a takeaway, is way too expensive. It basically costs the same as what it does in a restaurant, I think. Domino's also way too expensive. We need, what do we need? Lead, quartz. I completely forgot what we needed. Hang on, this will show me. Quartz. Okay, so we did need quartz, which is apparently is the same as glass in this world. It isn't, but what? Okay, so I don't think we have any quartz, so we'll have to go looking, but I'm pretty sure I know where it is. All about local places, but dang, you're jealous of a place like New York where it's more often than not decent food at local places. I don't know. I've heard from New Yorkers, while there will be good places because there's more of them.
It's subscription time. I've been distracted. Thank you for the sub. I hope I wasn't interrupted. Anything.
Thank you so much, Anders. Thank you for subbing for 22 months, which is like a little freaky to me because that's like you don't have to sub every month. It's fantastic that people do. It's amazing, but there's no pressure. But people who it doesn't even say 22-month streak, so that's still like almost 2 years right there. It's like there's a space from the start of the stream to now that's in between that lasts like almost 2 years, right? Like that's weird to me. That's like a lot of time. I've been doing this for a lot of time. I don't know. I am starting to think more and more about, like, you know how I said like, oh, I'll probably quit after 3 years or whatever. I think it's probably more likely that what I do is I'll just stop streaming on a schedule, but I'll probably still stream anyway because I do really enjoy it. I really appreciate you say thought-provoking streams because I feel like I'm just a little goblin, and then sometimes my opinions are a little bit too strong, and it's good that I like that people could disagree with me here. I think I was talking to Royal Rainbow about that, and they were saying that's one of their favorite things about this stream is that I let people disagree with me. Not all the time, but as much as I possibly can, because we should, you know. Also, there's a bit of a sort of almost like a class difference between a streamer and a chatter, at least certainly in some people's streams and on Twitch and stuff like that. And as much as possible, I want to undermine that, but I appreciate that you're saying that these are thought-provoking streams, because I'm like, oh good, I'm probably doing something right. Quartz, there we go. We get enough. Yeah, that's salt. I don't need salt. You can salt the food, right? That's probably what I should be doing with it. Should be salting my fish with these salt chips. Thought-provoking goblin. It's weird. Is it possible to be multiple things at once? I suppose everybody is, right? Me being a goblin is partly just there's so many conventions and rules in the world that we're made to give a shit about that we really shouldn't. Like, if we want to go and whatever, like, that's actually just fine and should a little bit be celebrated. And then there is also the thing of kind of, I get put into that category a lot, and I don't know if it's just ADHD or what. So it's like, well, if I'm in this role, I might as well make the role seem kind of cool. And then I do have loads of opinions. People think I'm smart. I'm not really. Humongous wizard. Thank you for the humongous wizard. I just have special interests. Everything I've ever said that actually did make sense and wasn't just bullshit that I started saying is I've learned from someone else, right? Someone more educated. Some kind of activist or even just a thought-provoking person. Right, let's. Ah, shit! No, I'm in the wrong place. See, look how often I get lost. Also, I'm like, I don't even know if smartness is really a thing, right? Into base. But thank you. That's very kind. That's a kind thing to say on a sub, and I really appreciate it. And I appreciate how often I see here as well. That's very nice. Ooh, right. Got a new. Oh, this is not gonna line up at all, is it? Whatever. Doesn't really need to, does it? That kind of behavior is frowned upon because people can find it annoying, but I do agree you should be free to do what you want. But the thing is, it's not a crime to be annoying. or rather, it should not be. And anybody that is, you know, like isolating people because they're annoying is not understanding, appreciating the world that we live in. And also, it's a very sort of selfish stance to take as well, of course, because what one person finds annoying, another person's not going to. And also, there's things that people do that are annoying that once you contextualize them and you learn more about that person, you stop finding annoying. There's very few people in my life that I found annoying that I haven't found some way to sort of like to contextualize it and then find them less annoying. Basically, it's people should try to get on with people. So therefore, people should be allowed to be annoying, and like we have to think about like why are we, you know, if we're upset about someone being annoying, like why is that important? And what is the annoyance? Like, is it something personal? Is it for some reason? Now, if someone's like pestering or bullying you, like, I mean, well, that kind of goes beyond annoying, but like that obviously is something like, well, that needs to be fixed and sorted. But if you're just and also, it is okay to be annoyed with people is another thing. It just depends also how you act upon that. So like, for example, what was something that I found annoying that wasn't really like, you know, almost wasn't like fair? Oh, no, I've forgotten what it was. Never mind. I was like, I'm gonna make a great point here. I'm gonna make a great point, and then my short-term memory loss is gonna kick in gear. Check a solar panel. Yes, I will be doing that. Oh, it's that way. It isn't a crime though. That's not true. You can be imprisoned and thrown in jail for being annoying. I would say that a lot of people who get arrested are being arrested for being annoying. If you think about it, it's especially people who like behave in a way that's considered like atypical and stuff like that. Autistic people get arrested on like a way higher margin than is the word allistic? If you're not autistic, you're, or I guess neurotypical, I guess, compared to neurotypical people. And like usually it's someone's being annoying, so then therefore someone calls the police on them, and then the police just fucking wail on them. Fuck the police. Only problem with stacking lockers like that is you won't be able to read the labels. It's fine if you remember what goes on where. I'll find some indicator. And to be honest, the way I usually use storage anyway is that I just know what they are by where they're organized. So like this first one is resources, and then the second one will probably be like food. Actually, yeah, let's pick up a bunch of food. Can we? Oh shit, there is a fridge in this, isn't there, right? No? Okay, never mind. We need water, don't we? That's the thing we actually need. Holistic is correct. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, it is often a crime to be annoying.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
And not even just in like a specific legal sense, but like in a sort of social sense as well. If someone kills the vibe in my spaces, I usually resent them. Gosh,
Did you know
okay.
that by going to gaming.amazon.com, you can link your Prime account to your Twitch account. Then you can come back here and get a free subscription once a month, as this person has done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Callum, so much. I love that. It's great. It's one of the best fucking reactions. Because I also don't have to tell people how to do that, because it's in the thing. Altera Prime, yeah. It started as a bookstore and now it's a galactic empire. Although the way that a lot of the characters talk about Altera, it does still sound like it's just a big company that they unfortunately have to deal with often. Can we make a thingy thing? Can we make a fabricator? I would love a fabricator, please. I love that you can put stuff on the wall. Titanium gold. Gold? Is it? Will it accept my stinky titanium? Oh, table coral sample. which I think I put in one of the ones outside. Yeah. You really want to enforce reading the room in your community so people learn. That sounds a little fascist, I'll be honest. You want to socially enforce a behavior based on your resentment of other people? Like, I'm not saying you're a fascist. I mean to say, like, are you sure? Because I don't really feel like maybe I'm just reading this wrong, and maybe I'm just like jumping to conclusions, which I'm guilty of doing that, but that doesn't sound good or healthy to me. I think it would be much more helpful for you to be able to sort of just accept that people are gonna be. Oh, there's a set amount of oxygen in here. Just to accept that people are gonna do stuff that's people are gonna kill the vibe in your space. You're gonna kill the vibe in your space. This is something that's gonna happen. Like, it's just a thing, and the acceptance of the world being a little bit chaotic and stuff is better. Enforcing reading the room in your communities. The wording of that sounds very. I'm a bit like. I guess there's things like. There's not really much that you should ever really enforce. Like, I think a sort of gentle hand is always going to be preferable, right? There's definitely things of like people should be respectful of something like this, or like if this is something that's going to be a danger, then maybe we can say like that's enforced. But like enforced vibes, that's not a vibe, because a vibe is you sort of like you're feeling it, like you're kind of floating around, and you're like. No, you're a danger to the vibe, so we're going to enforce this. That doesn't sound right. But maybe I'm just misunderstanding your point. Feels weird to remember back in the early days hearing how Amazon the bookstore was struggling and thinking, oh, I hope they pull through, the underdog have a hard time. Really? You weren't like fuck them, I love my local library? Or were they just not that kind of business? Because even they were rich even before they started the business. Oh, I wonder if it was one of those things like, you know how like a lot of big companies that are fucking ruining our lives, they'll start as some kind of service. So for example, like, I don't know, can't think of an example that wasn't just a gross takeover. Being able to order a taxi from your phone very easily with an app. Like, that was a useful utility, right? But the thing is, like, taxi companies could have just done that. We didn't need someone to open in every single city and start, like, not getting taxi licenses and then just pushing every other taxi company out. Like, we didn't need that to happen. Yeah, I think it means don't bring the mood down, don't come into chat and take a big shit in the middle of it. I don't think that's something that like needs to be enforced, really. I think that's just a sort of like general social understanding. But now I will say I get where, especially with like neurodiverse people, where that can be complicated because we can't really presume any behavior, and a lot of neurotypical people assuming like assuming that things are assumed is usually how there ends up being problems, and that's how people end up getting ostracized and stuff, because they're like, well, you should just know. But response to no negativity thing, Spike said. Oh, sorry, speaker, I never understood what it isn't permissible when people say no negativity. Yeah, no, it's all about context, right? Like, for example, I was saying earlier, I think it's really important that people continue to put their efforts behind raising the profile of having a ceasefire for Palestine and also ending the apartheid state. It's really important. Is that negativity? Now, in a lot of these spaces that I guess I would say are like enforced vibe spaces, yes, that's considered that. And now, I guess I have a little bit of sort of like understanding of, sometimes there are quiet spaces where people come to relax and like, I guess, but I don't know. I just feel like there are ways around that, or alternatively, you can just go, okay, well, that thing happened and now we're going to go back to like relaxing again. It's like the term trauma dumping. I hate that. I think that's one of the most disastrous phrases in the 21st century for mental health. It's given people an excuse to just switch off when people are in need. We are this sort of like hyper individualism because of capitalism, the idea that actually only we are the important people, and like any effort that we make towards other people is like a nice gift that we gave them instead of like kind of a social duty, because there's loads of ways that people help us, even ones that we don't directly see. So we can't just say, oh well, I'm too important for that. If someone's in trouble, if someone goes help me, you're supposed to help them. And yeah, there will be situations where you can't help people, but your default shouldn't just be like, no, that's really sort of narcissistic. At least I feel like it's particularly. I have some way of understanding, but like I don't think like it's a good idea. No politics rule. Yeah, because one of the biggest people that has a no politics rule, Limmy, is best friends with a fascist called Funk the Void. I wonder if no politics rules is sort of adjacent to his ability to be friends with a Nazi who raised money for the Proud Boys and is in the fascist charter, Guardian Angels, and has tweeted support for famous Nazis of the 21st century. You know what I mean? Like this sort of presumably centrism or whatever the fuck's trying to go on. We should just be more flexible to everything. We don't really need hard rules for much of anything at all, really, as far as I can tell. We should vibing is not something you can enforce. We should just try to vibe. Sometimes things will fuck up. Maybe you have a nice relaxing spa space where everyone's having a nice spa, and then one day, like, I don't know, a car crashes into the building. That's something that could happen. It's not something you should expect to happen, but like the world's just sort of chaotic like that, and you slightly sort of have to roll with that. Search Funk the Void, first thing that came up was my Twitter. Yes, I think that Twitter's been deleted, but you can go on the Wayback Machine and you can see any of that stuff. I deleted specifically that Twitter because I was getting too much harassment, and also because that website is just horrendous and everyone should leave Twitter. It's so poisonous. There's just so much transphobia on it, to the point where it just seems to be shifting the conversation about everything into like such a negative place. Yeah, no, I just openly spoke about it. I think it's ultimately why I was kicked out of Limmy's community, because I've been trying to fucking piece it together. There's loads of other things that play into it, because like I was in there for a long time, but I think it was specifically because the issue got raised to Cater Cakes, and Cater Cakes is also a friend of Funk the Void, and I think that was like the final straw for me. But no, that guy, as far as I'm aware, they're still friends. I don't think he's said anything about not being friends with that. Let me try and keep up with the chat here, sorry. Makes you feel like you have to put a big fat virtual smile, you're not allowed to chat. Yeah, no, it is stressful. It puts stress on people. I remember I was in this trans support group ages and ages ago. It wasn't very good, and this was before I had the sort of self-love about being trans that I have now, and they were like, no politics, and I'm like, but we're all trans. Like everything that we say and do is politics, and it just ended up becoming such a like stressful space. And I looked at everything I'd said and I was like, well, everything I say could have been interpreted as political. It generally tells me a streamer isn't interested in engaging or anything challenging or difficult. I mean, I talk about political stuff all the time, but let's say I didn't, and we just had the regular chat about whatever. Again, how do you even classify what is and isn't political? That's very much based on the privileges of the people that set that. But if someone came in and was like, oh, I want to talk about this specific issue, like, what's the reason to reject that, right? What's the reason to say, oh no, actually we're too good for that? The main argument usually is like, well, it's going to get out of hand and it's going to cause an argument. I'm like, okay, tell people to stop arguing then. Maybe if people are being unreasonable and unfair of each other, like, be calm about it and say, okay, you know, maybe this is getting out of hand, and enforce rule forever. Like, you've given up. And especially if you've got a big fucking stream, you've kind of created this huge bubble where like that stuff doesn't happen anymore, and people go, oh yeah, it's really stressful, I don't want to think about it. And I'm like, I get it, I so understand, but like I actually think it would be less stressful if you could have those things. Like, I don't know, trauma dumping is a real thing. No, I don't believe it's a real thing. I think that it's a way of phrasing stuff, it's a way of framing stuff to make you think about trauma in that way, right? I could say something like, people can be unreasonable, people can say stuff that's, oh, that's a bit off or whatever, but we're supposed to tolerate other people, especially when they're upset and having trouble and stuff like that. The framing of even putting those words together in that way puts you down a specific path of thinking about it, and I think it's just very damaging. I think the biggest thing that has done is not created spaces free of stress. It's made people feel like they can't talk about their mental health when we've been having such good progress in the last, I don't know, say 20 years about mental health. We went from nobody talking about it and being completely embarrassed to it to like everybody just accepting that it's part of health, more or less, unless you're like my dad or something. Particular streaming uses no politics as a shield for past current events. Yeah. It's 100% a hell site. Yeah, Twitter's bad. Not every space needs political talk. Yeah, but what counts as political? Who gets to determine that? Ultimately, it's based on the privileges of the person. Like, I got clean water here, and I take a nice drink of clean water because if that's a privilege that I have. Is that political? In some spaces, absolutely. It's a sort of and this is a thing. In a lot of like kind of like non-functioning or like stressful sort of environments, they quite often will try to enforce an expectation of how the world should work that doesn't connect with the actual worlds that they live in. Actually, a really good example of this is how right-wingers are really like big into anti-immigration and stuff, because they believe that an ethno-state existed and that an ethno-state can exist. The real reason, the material reason why anti-refugee policies exist isn't to remove people from the country. They do that. The real reason is to have a class of people whose legal rights are so low down that they're easier to exploit as a workforce. They're easier to exploit for anything, really. It's about creating an underclass. It's not about moving people away. It's about ruining their lives. This is also, I think, why even politicians who will get elected on like anti-immigration bases will really just fuck it up, right? Like they won't actually manage to achieve any of their objectives, and it's not just because it's impossible. I think it's because they also understand that that's not really the agenda, that what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is get a really cheap workforce, for example. There's some interesting studies and stuff on this. This is kind of how I picked this up as an idea. Right, what is it that we need for this thing to build? Was it that one? No, it was this one. Golden table coral sample, which I think we have both of those in here. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with this. I mean, I don't know if I'm not in the mood for politics. I just did put it as the key topic. That's fine, and I think that's better. That's healthier, really, right? Is people should probably take themselves out of something if it's like a problem for them, right? Rather than enforcing that on everybody else. And I think there's maybe arguments for some places in which, like, I don't know, let's say you're really stressed, you're having a really bad time, and you go into like a calming place and they're like, let's not talk about any stressful topics or whatever, and that's specifically what that space is for. I can kind of see an argument for that, but like I think there's a presumption maybe with some people's streams that they are a private space, and like they're not really. They're a public space because anyone on the internet in theory can watch it, right? There's nuance of all these things. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the chat. You've had someone class which light bulbs we prefer as politics. Yeah, absolutely. The energy efficient who's making them, where those materials coming from, because everything is politics. Okay, not every space is for that. If I organised a hangout where we all played VC free, I get pissed if someone started making it about bad shit going on. But what if you would, I mean, what if you're just talking with your friends and then someone has, for a couple of minutes, starts talking about a political issue? You can say, you know, oh, this is stressing me out, can we talk about something else? But like, if everybody's coming to the space and then you're just like, no politics as soon as you come in, like that's kind of impressive. The rationale was how the EU forces us to use energy saving bulbs. I want my old style. I mean, fuck that. That was the issue they used to vote with Brexit. Not really. I mean, their issue is they're a racist, really. They're just desperately clawing for any excuse they can get. Also, they could just buy bulbs from like outside of the EU. They do exist, and they're shit. As soon as Brexit happened, I ended up accidentally buying some bulbs from outside of the EU, and they exploded. All of them. As soon as we put them in and switched on, they fucking exploded. There was nothing wrong with supposedly what they were supposed to fit in. It wasn't like there was too much power, there was no surging or anything going on. They just were shit bulbs because they were not adhering to the EU safety standards. That's why Discord servers usually have politics containment channels so everyone can enjoy themselves. The thing is, people in the other channels will still talk about stuff that are political. I actually feel like politics channels are not that great because, if anything, they kind of encourage the stereotype of the behavior that they're trying to avoid. You'll get people in there who are like just there to argue because they're like, this is what politics means, and it just kind of further hampers that down and puts that stuff away. It further segregates those issues, and it reinforces the idea that politics is something that is like a separate thing to just existing. Hi, very good to see you. We're playing Subnautica, and I'm getting very passionate about that people shouldn't really enforce rules on each other. You just hate open-ended chat rules. Yeah, they're completely subject to interpretation. Yeah, just be upfront. Don't palm off with no politics, no negativity. I think a better rule, right? Let's say you want to, the objective with these, I should say rather, the presumed objective with rules like this is that we have a calm space, and that's a thing that makes it less calm. So, but realistically, I think it's more about, I don't want people to disagree with me, or like, I don't want people to, etc, etc. But let's say your purpose is to make the space more calming, right? A much better way of having a rule for that would be like, please be conscious of the subjects that you are talking about, and if they seem like they're maybe getting a little stressful, please consider moving to another topic, right? That's a much better way of looking and thinking about that, and that's open-ended in a way that's a healthier way, right? Because it's like sometimes we do need to have stressful conversations. Sometimes that does happen. Sometimes it's important to be able to talk about things like that. There's nothing inherently wrong about that, and that doesn't necessarily destroy a calming space, you know. Sorry, I need to, oops. Your favorite diffuser when things get hectic was my chat was quick. Everyone wants your favorite cake. Yeah, I've seen that stuff before. Sometimes I get a bit annoyed with that because you'll be very passionately talking to someone and then someone's like, at least that's how I feel at the time anyway. Not sure how much you agree with this viewpoint. That's fine. Simply saying we can talk about something else is very fair. Yeah, I think it's just better to not have hard, fast rules because, I mean, sorry, it's just better to be a bit sort of like looser with. Sorry, I kind of lost what I was saying. I think you got what I was saying before that though. Get your solar panel. I need to build the other thing first. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to get the resources. I keep going in and out and eating fish and. Is it not in there? Oh, it's not in there. Can we just pick this up then? I must have put it over here. Part of these reasons I have these hobbies is because I'd probably blow my head off if I didn't have my hobbies that I love. Okay, I'm trying to figure that one out. It's often that these people also, Ava, I'm pretty sure you did just say that as like a yeah, no, to see what our reaction was. Oh shit. Sorry, that's an alarm on my phone. It's often the case that these people don't want scrutiny of their own position. I think that's most of the time, yes. Or in the case of bigger streamers, that they have a community that they know includes right-wingers or people with probably... Yes, also, if we're talking about streaming, like, this does become, like, much more of a thing. Part of my belief is the reason why things like Pepe are tolerated is because spaces where that can happen end up getting filled with people who have money, because fascists always have money. I think that's why that's tends to be permitted. A lot of people don't know, but I do think it does become that, right? You should not have fascists in your space. A space safe for fascists is a fascist space. Automatically. You want to articulate a reason you can... Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were just pulling my leg. Yeah, I'm basically saying that, like, saying no politics is so open-ended and, like, it's really kind of unenforceable and generally not fair in my opinion. But I think maybe, like, titanium copper, or I think it's okay to say, like, you know, let's relax a little bit for something, for a little bit, you know, like there's definitely, there's no rule. I guess what I'm really saying is there's no one rule for anything, and there shouldn't be. Oh fuck, there we go, nearly died. Joined halfway through, so you're not sure what you didn't agree with, to be honest. Don't worry about it. The real injustice here is that Dracula season 5 finale isn't till January the 16th. That's just, I mean, that's a month. That's fine, right? He once saw a cyclist pull over to the side of the road, angrily ripped down a poster saying how everyone should take a moment to be happy and ride off, and I wondered what kind of person was against such a message. Just a very miserable person, I think, right? So if we put this solar panel on here... Zip. Does that mean I have oxygen now? Is that built into the thing? Because it does seem to have a computer in it. My oxygen is not going up, so no. Base attach air pump. Okay, yeah, we need to attach an air pump to this base. You're a fool. And we're all fools, don't worry about it. Titanium. That's gonna be down here, isn't it? You have O2 when the sun is up, silly. Oh, okay. Air pumps don't work for bases? But it's in the base building. Pumps oxygen from a powered habitat to an attached pipe. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Probably need to make a bioreactor, right? That seems like that's important. Also, we should pick up everything. Oh, damn it! Hang on. We should pick up everything that's in storage so we can know that our central storage is in here. So all these raw resources that we have plenty of can go in here. This next one is gonna be food and plant and fish. It's all organic stuff. Oh, that's, I actually would put that in the resource one, even though it is an organic resource. I'm sorting these differently in my own Subnautica thing. I feel like if you wanted to stream and I couldn't handle people talking politics, it'd be fair to say no politics. I mean, realistically, you can do what you like. I just think that, like, I don't know. I think the scale of it becomes more problematic the bigger the space is. But also, like, the thing is, like, what do you consider politics? Like, what counts as politics and what doesn't? If I talk about being trans, that could be considered politics. I mean, I could talk about trans politics even, like, But the other thing that I think it's important to state, even with me having like a strong opinion and stance on this, is that there isn't really one rule that applies for anything all the time, right? There's no ethic that you can say, well, this is always good or this is always bad, except for fascism. That's always bad. I don't know. I guess there are some things that are always good, like kissing someone who wants to be kissed. That's always good.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, we got oxygen. Okay, so the oxygen is part of the thing. That's unpowered. Put these in here. Yeah, it's kind of hard to not talk about politics, isn't it? Yeah, that's kind of the point I'm making, is that by saying no politics, you're essentially saying nothing that me or whoever is enforcing the rules, nothing that we determine that is politics, which is going to be based on, you know, our own personal existence and status as people, which is, you know, going to include our privileges. So like, if I was to try and identify something as being politics, right, if I was to try and do this, I don't know, it's just so open-ended. There's people usually put to the like the obvious examples, right? They go like I don't know, they're like political parties or the decision of an elected official, right? And they go, that's politics. But then there's loads of little things like, oh, I went to the shops and I couldn't access this thing anymore because it's not available. It's like, but that also kind of is politics as well, right? I don't know if that was a incredibly good explanation. That locker's gonna stink. No, it's fine. It just pipes out. They pipe the stink out into the sea. There's tiny little fish germs that there's little nano things that just constantly clean it. Because look how clean it is. I've been dragging dirt all over the place and I don't see any dirt here. The nanobots do it. Sometimes the stream is a place to discuss the video game as being played. Imagine that. Right, but you don't only talk about the video game, right? You might say, oh, I missed that because my hand hurts. Oh, is your hand hurt the video game, right? Or you're like, I'm gonna go for a bit, I'm gonna go pee. That's not the video game. You know what I mean? There's a presumption of this state that exists, that where there's this thing where it's completely devoid, and that's not really reflective of reality, is what I'm trying to say. It's more about how you think about it, I guess. Most people who have no politics rules don't have any remote idea what they themselves consider politics or not, so how are they going to be enforcing a rule on it? Yeah, I think what it really means is, like, if I see something that annoys me or is causing an argument, but then just have a rule about arguing instead or something. Why am I in here? We're taking everything out so that we can put it inside the base. They know it's not video games. If you want to be, we can argue everything's political, but I don't know the political implications of propagating bus. Every piece of media has presumed biases and behaviors and stuff, right? So yes, that's also politics. Like, if, for example, you make a game called Baldur's Gate 3 and every single one of your characters is skinny, that's politics, that's political, that's, you know? But everything is. You could find a justification for saying that anything is politics, because everything is. But, like, I might get annoyed by that and say, oh, I don't want that. And that's really what that is. Video gaming is one of the most political art forms, so I don't think that flies. Oh yeah, that's another good point. We're playing that time traveling game where you have that suit that makes grenades go backwards. Who is he fighting? Is he just fighting people for fun, or is there an agenda behind the villain? Does the villain represent something? Is it even passively arguing for a behavior when presented with this sort of thing? That's politics. Right. But you know what's not politics? This egg. Or is it? No, I'm just being silly. Right, yeah, the key, we got a bunch of stuff in storage, but what's the next thing I want to build is power, so I guess we want to have like a power room. I think I'm gonna make it next. I'm gonna build a new pipe, right? So can we... I mean, I want to build in this direction, but like, there's this platform here, so it seems silly. But fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyway. We'll just keep building X compartments because it has the most space. Titanium, is it? Oh, it's just titanium, huh? I feel like I was expecting it to be lead, but I guess maybe lead is for the platform things. Egg stealing is definitely politics. Yeah, I mean, there's so much in that. There's like authoritarianism of it's my right to take this egg. There's I don't know. I'm too tired to come up with any political jokes. Everything is political. The extent to which you disengage with that fact is inversely proportional to your experience of marginalization. Yeah. Right. This is now the room where the big reactor is going to be. Which is this thing: titanium wiring kit and lubricant. Oh. I don't think this is the appropriate place to build that. Okay. So I'm not actually 100% sure what the next thing I'm supposed to be building is then. Oh, we got a battery charger. It'd be good to have it'd be good to put everything that's in the abandoned ship thing in here as well. I need another locker. We need quartz. You don't have any quartz. Tall. No quartz. Okay, so we go outside. I'm killing it at this video game. Which is I will say, games like this, sort of survival games, it's very easy to just, as competitive ADHD, to just completely fucking lose track of what you're doing all the time. And it's never worse than when I leave a building, especially if that building is designed to be home and it's like got all my stuff in it. Like, like, eventually fall, that's fine. In terms of game progression, you definitely want to keep exploring life pods and the gassy caves with the big worms. Yeah, I figured. Got a message.
This is Sunbeam. You know Aurora. We're from a little transgov on the
Trans?
side of
Oh.
Andromeda, and we have a saying there. There's no bad without the good, no good without the bad. Sounds like you tasted a bunch of the former, but that only means you're overdue a whole lot of the latter. Might just be we're it. We're scanning for somewhere to park. We'll be in touch when we find it. Sunbeam out.
I mean, I'm eating fish. I'm having a great time. I ate sushi today. It was great. I fucking love sushi. My only I do get sad when I've eaten all the sushi because there's no more sushi at that point.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Here we go. I've dealt with the Asian hate for a good chunk of your life. Don't play that card. I don't think that's what's happening there, Fuzzy Nut. I don't think that's what's being said, or at least I hope not. Find a different communities with different people. I'm mainly here because Rosie's friend. I like talking to friends. That's fine. I don't think Callum was saying that. I don't think Callum was saying that the reason you disagree with this is because you have privilege. I don't think that's what was being said there. Right, so we need quartz. We need to go and find some quartz here. Also, like, privilege is intersectional as well. Having one marginalization doesn't mean you don't have other privileges necessarily. Although conversations about that can really get into the fucking weeds. There is this kind of conversation going on because the idea of kind of defining what transmisogyny is it feels like, maybe it's been a conversation for longer than I know, but it feels like it's sort of a new thing. So like people are kind of trying to figure out exactly like what's the response to that and like how to define it and stuff like that. One of the biggest issues, particularly on places like Tumblr, but it's kind of just an issue among sort of queer media online, social media a lot, is that, and I imagine this is true for other things, that's just me talking about my own experience here, is there's a lot of people who will make arguments like, well, this person's marginalized, therefore they can't be privileged, or this person's privileged, therefore they can't be marginalized, or like, oh well, this person has more privilege or less privilege or something, and like, I mean, there's definitely important conversations to be had about that, but some people are really getting the wrong end of the stick. Like, there's this whole thing with you know, trans women get treated pretty poorly. Some people would say out of all queer people they get treated the worst. I don't know necessarily if that's directly true or like how that could be measured, and I think conversations about who has it worse is often not super helpful, right? But the response to that has often been, so there's been a lot of negativity to trans women that say, oh, I was treated poorly, not just because I'm trans, but also because of you know, my role as a woman or something like that. And there's been a lot of people react very, very negatively to that. But then there's also kind of been this counter side of it that's gone, you know, like, oh, this is happening because of men, or this is happening because of trans men, and it's like, well, there certainly can be actors in that. The reason it's happening is because of the patriarchy, and enforcers of patriarchy can be anybody, can be anyone. But it's become this strange. You already got this tree then. It's I don't know. It's a conversation that seems to be getting a little bit out of hand for some people, because they have no nuance about it. Oh, inventory 4. Being able to disengage with it is a good reason why I'm here right now. Could be a hypocrite and bring the mood down. It's fine. The mood is fine. You know, we're discussing stuff. I'm not always right. There's loads of bullshit I said in the last like hour where I'm like, is that right? Is that a point well made? You know, we're all imperfect and we're all human, so don't worry about it. You're supporting the stream right now because your fake sausages have rosemary in them. I don't get a cut of that. I'm not. We're not all from the big mother plant rosemary. That's like, oh, I'm not the mother plant rosemary. People keep referring to me as a mom recently. Some contexts it's fine, but people have said like I had mom energy, which I was like, or what was the other one that people said? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, because like my relationship with my mom is not good. So my idea of like what a mother is represented by is usually a very repressed person with a lot of trauma that doesn't want to deal with it except in bad ways towards their children. So lots of people, it's a context, people kill me mom, and I'm like, no, I don't know, I'm like, maybe, I don't know, I have some very sad and weird feelings about my inability to be pregnant as well, unfortunately. Not to say that mothering and pregnancy is one to the same, right? It's presumably it's just about being a nurturing parent. Please email your concerns and payment to Linda McCarthy headquarters. I think trans men and trans women should hold hands. You're trans men. Me too. I think it's great when they do that. But I also actually, I mean, I send that even to, I think even conversations about like how we're mistreated as trans people, even though they have differences, I think we still should be allies for each other, right? Like, people keep throwing around the word, was it misandry and stuff, and I don't really know about that. But trans men do get treated poorly in the general society because of their maleness and being trans, right? Cis men I mean, there is an argument to be made that cis men get treated poorly because of being men. It's just not the way that MRAs, men rights activists, are saying. It's because of patriarchy, right? It's a thing that they're usually defending. But no, I think it's actually, it's not good to. Again, nuance. There's definitely circumstances where it can be good to have a space apart and talk about these things separately. But ultimately, if we're dealing with things like oppression and stuff, that's like a all hands on chip, right? And our similarities, especially when we're trans, like it's very good for us to be together and recognize that and stuff like that. When people start getting to these arguments of, but basically the thing that sort of tripped me up that someone said is, they said. Oh, this situation that was about something else entirely. They were like, it really makes you see how similar trans mass culture and turf culture are. And I was like, no, do not compare those things. One is being trans mask, and the other is people who want to kill those people. And some people had a real issue with that, but the person who actually said it was actually very like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see where that's a problem. But some other people not so much. And it's just, it's really stressful. Cause the thing is like, the other thing that's really important to remember is that basically every trans person has been horrendously traumatized. That's not universal, but like we've been through really awful things that should never have happened to us, and they continue to happen to us, and they shouldn't happen, and they happen because we're trans and stuff like that. So like, there's a lot of people with BPD, and sometimes people with BPD, if they feel like they're being attacked, may react quite strongly. And sometimes it's justified, and sometimes it's not. There can genuinely become circumstances where people feel very strongly about even things where they are being attacked, right? Their reactions are not necessarily going to be perfect or whatever, but people are all trying to shape everything into like a strong intent. It's so hard to say any statement about you know, trans trauma and stuff like that and say something that's universally true for all situations, because I can just think about, you know, the counter arguments that people use to stop that, right? Like for example, I was ostracized on the basis that I spoke about transphobia. And I think that's probably like the biggest intent that was behind that. I know that the more direct actions was I was naming and shaming fascists, but the thing that made that possible was the transphobia, right? Someone could turn that argument around on me and say, oh no, it's just because you have BPD that you're reacting like this and feeling like you're being attacked for being trans. So God, so you know, it's complex, right? Like there's things that can be true for different situations, but that can also be used to deflect other conversations. I remember there was this example I gave. This isn't, it kind of sort of tangentially related, is that the reason like men's rights activists, who are not actually men's rights activists, they're male supremacists, the reason why they say things like not all men is because factually that is actually true. Not all men do terrible things that under the patriarchy. Certainly it's like easier for them and whatever, but I don't entirely know what point I'm trying to make, but there does become this thing of sort of like strong factual statements and nuance, and like they can come into conflict with each other when you're trying to make a point. It's almost possible to deflect almost any argument, right, with factual information, just the same way as it is with a lie, right? And get hyper specific or something. Shout out to trans men. Yeah, the other weird thing is like a lot of these people that I was talking to were like, oh, I've specifically been getting harassed by trans men and stuff like that, and this is like a whole experience, and they were like, oh, I have a partner as a trans man, but this is happening. That's not been my experience personally, and I don't know if I've just not been to enough spaces, because again, misogyny does exist. People have been misogynistic to me, but universally every trans masculine person I've ever met has been some of the fiercest defenders of me and like my biggest fans, and have been very nice to me and have kissed me on the lips and all sorts of stuff. So I'm like, I'm not maybe I'm just not going to the same places or something, but like my experience isn't like that. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I am kind of like, is there like a framing issue going on here? Are people leaning on a bias that exists by privileged people to try to undermine someone who may arguably have more privilege than them. Like, what's the dynamic necessarily that's going on there? Smell that locker, your nanobots aren't cutting it. Being in the Quake community and having used Tumblr in the past, misandry is pretty real. I don't like the term. I think some of the things that people describe when they talk about that, maybe I just don't like the term because of the way it's used and its intent and stuff like that. I think it would be more easy to talk about specifically, like, oh, someone did this thing wrongly. There is definitely, like, I wouldn't call it misandry, but there is this thing in a lot of queer spaces where, kind of following the lead of TERF ideology, there's this presumption that men are automatically bad. So they'll say, oh, this is a queer space but no men. That's not what a queer space is. This presumption that they're automatically going to be abusive, like that's a problem, right? Like that's a bad thing, and we should talk about that. But I don't know necessarily if like the word misandry or trans misandry is like helpful necessarily, but this is still something I guess I'm also figuring out. Those points of discourse are so annoying because it's more an argument about the names that distract from the issue that should be highlighted. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying there, sorry. Genuinely, most of the time I'm talking about trans women among other trans men. It's about how pretty they are, plus our desire to donate our body parts to them. That's lovely. I like that. Things that are based on power relations. I mean, for me, universally, my experience with trans femme majority spaces has also been very similar. Of like, oh, love them so much. So I don't know where and also there's a thing of like cis transphobes are constantly trying to get trans people to fight each other. They're constantly trying to get, you know, the good trans people to dismiss the bad trans people, right? We can't be fighting each other. We're allowed to have criticisms, but like I don't think the criticism can be so broad as to say all trans mass. Like that's that's wrong. There's nothing that's true for every trans mass person, except I suppose that they're trans mass. But even that's so broad. Like how would you be so specific as to say behavior or something like that? Speaking of being trans, I am still fundraising for my laser hair removal. We have kind of slowed down on donations because I think my social media reach only goes to be about roughly £600. Although we're past that at this point. We need more eyes on this campaign. We desperately need more eyes. Also, if you've got money, that's great. I understand if you don't. Me personally, I have no money for the rest of the month. In fact, technically speaking, I'm in debt by kind of a significant margin, more significant margin than I would ever like to have. But please share this out. Like, genuinely, try to convince people also to share it as well, because the more eyes it sees, the bigger the chance that people will donate, and the faster we do it, the cheaper it will be, and then I'll get to do it, and then I'll get to feel even more gender euphoria, and that will be fantastic. Should get that whopping £10 Pip Xmas bonus. Are you fucking kidding me? They give you £10 as a bonus. I am still waiting for a decision on Pip, but at least I'm waiting for it as opposed to not waiting for it. Things that like are based on power relations, not nebulous hatred, hence why there's no reverse racism. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, actually. The sort of like counter argument that people use to sort of justify their behavior of like, the particular this particular group of trans women and people who sort of behave like that. I'm not trying to generalize too much, but like the similar sort of thread of thinking that goes on kind of goes, well, because we're more marginalized than them, debatable, we can't be oppressive to them. So if we say something that negatively hurts their social standing, even if we're criticizing them but also doing this thing as well, that's fine because we can't oppress them. I'm like, that's not really how that works. You can say that you hate the patriarchy and stuff like that, and you can like want to fight it and stuff like that, but you know. I know it's different because the thing also the thing of like race and gender is like while there may be some similarities, they are also very like different things, right? So like I don't think, because of white supremacy being as absolutely all-encompassing as it is, I don't really think there's any situation conceivably in the world where white people have less rights ever. And so like, yeah, no, you could if you're I can't really form my sentences very well. I am quite sleepy. I'm just gonna drop that one because I feel like I'm trying to make a point and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm trying to play Subnautica. Yeah, anyway, I said something clever, there we go. Where are we at with this construction thing? We don't have any oxygen in our pipe base, which is weird because I feel like we should. So I'm not sure how. There was this thing. Thank you very much. Hello, Pepsi. I said hello. I know you're here. So this is base attached pump. So it's supposed to attach. Oh, okay. If I put it here, what actually happens? Pumps oxygen from a powered habitat to an attached pipe network. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I see where that's. No, wait. Deconstruct. There we go. Okay, so that would be, that's like the, oh, okay, no, wait, I understand now. I think I know what to do. Maybe. Oh my god. You need to find the blueprints for this big component room so you're not living in a series of tubes. Yeah. So I guess I need to rebuild the CMOF. I'm a little bit overwhelmed. I'm a little bit overwhelmed by like how many projects I feel like I've got on and at the moment. We put the resources inside. Oh, we were building a fabricator, but it doesn't work because it doesn't have power. This thing works with power because it's got these batteries that recharge, I guess. But we don't have any kind of blueprints that would help us with that. Now there may be a thing. I know sometimes it kind of shows you stuff that you can't build yet. Oh yeah, like propulsion cannon that we're learning. Scanner room that we're learning. Having a scanner room actually would be really cool because presumably we can scan for specific resources that can help us with base building. I think, yeah, at this moment we probably need big old battery. Has this moved? I don't remember putting it here, but whatever. Right, let's make some batteries. You need an in-game vision board. My best friend was like, we should do a New Year's vision board, and I was like, I've never done one of those before. But I genuinely, there's a lot of things in my life that are really disorganized that I actually, as much as I've avoided having like journals and things like that, I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I'm an adult, I do need to do stuff. Maybe it's time to actually try and organize things more. Handling things well so far, given your aversion to deep water. At least in this game you can see quite far. Versus Sea of Thieves where you already see 6 feet and sharks will chomp you in seconds. I've scared people watching this by going into certain locations. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh no, we can. Wait, huh? Wait. This thing has power. Because of the solar panel. Okay, so we do get power in here. So where's the oxygen? So the oxygen is also coming from the power. Okay, I guess I just don't understand my own space. That's fine. I think we can maybe build some more things then. Let's build a desk. I don't think the desk will do anything by itself. We don't know that yet. Oh, radio. It'd be good to have a radio in here. Titanium. There we go. Put that here for now, why not? We can customize it a bit more once we've got a better understanding of the space. Batteries, please. We need solar panels. We need solar panels don't work at night. The thing is, like, don't they actually technically do? Just like really inefficiently. Hang on. Yeah, I might be thinking. This is embarrassing. I might be thinking of modded Minecraft when I say that, because you eventually get really good solar panels that work at night, I guess, because they get the solar rays or something. I'm like, if the sun isn't close enough, how's it gonna work? Oh, and also, like, it produces, like, oh no, I think it does produce less at night or something like that, the thing I'm thinking of, but a lot of people won't have a context for that at all. Oh. I need to check that. My friend is saying something on another social media site, and I'm like, huh? Right, we've got our batteries, which means we can bring back our friend, the Sea Glide, which I have forgotten where. Oh, I think it's back in the habitat. The start bit, the tutorial ship. Speaking new server, it'll be a new map or return to a past place. Well, the previous vanilla server doesn't exist anymore because I accidentally deleted it, so it probably will have to be a new one, unfortunately. And also, the point of having the vanilla server was that it was supposed to be, it would always be persistent, right? And I unfortunately just fucked that up, is what happened. Hang on. Can we get a battery in this, please? There we go. We got this battery. And then I really should make another one if I can. But I didn't bring any copper with me. Whee! Oh, that's much better. So I thought a security camera that uses solar panels would be better than having to drill a hole in your wall for a power cable, and then realized I think the spot gets 4 hours of light on a good day. I mean, that's still 4 hours of light. Just turn everything into solar panels. Turn your windows into solar panels. That's a thing, right? You can do that. That's exciting. Part of the reason I wasn't on Spartan 3.0 was because I'd kind of done everything I wanted. Fair enough. Wait, which one's 3.0? Is that the vanilla? No, it was Teuton. Unless you mean the return of Spartan. I can't keep track of anything that's happened in my life on the server. Yeah, no, I need to do that. I might be a little busy tonight, but maybe no, I probably will be busy, let's be honest. That's gold, that's not copper. Where's my copper? It's just all gold. Okay, I think we can make one battery then. There we go. We went back to the original spawn. Oh, okay. No, because that's just the original Spawnton. That if there was, I guess a new one would be like Threaton or something. Although we can't just keep calling. Teuton was funny because Teuton. It needs an original name. I mean, if there even is a town, I mean, there's no reason that we have to play it like that. Like, I kept building stuff with this idea of, like, this central thing, but, like, what if I just make a big fucking, like, Mad Max arena? What am I doing? What are we after? What do we need? Oh, yeah, we wanna do a little bit of exploring because we're looking for habitation pots, I guess. We'll just have a little view around. I think this place might have some stuff, right? Oh, radiation, never mind. Okay, so that's the radiation detected zone. No, stop radiating me! No, I don't want to be Gordon Freeman. Is it still radioactive here as well? Where does it... There we go. I was like, when does it stop being radioactive? So, oh, fuck. Never, I guess. Fuck me. Ooh. That looks like a scannable... No, it's a piece of metal. Yeah, we can pick this up. Yeah, we're looking for those boxes. There's a few places where there still are the big boxes, but I'm not 100% sure if we're also going to find them in the spaces that we're looking. Oh, what's this? Beacon fragment, but I already know how to do that one. Yeah, here we go, boxes. This one has a bush clipping through it.
Fluid intake.
You seek fluid intake. Oh.
Vital signs stabilizing.
I probably should turn some of that stuff into actual water. Oh, sea glide, which I also already have. I mean, it's nice that you get titanium from it, I guess. No? Oh, more titanium. How long has that been there? Yeah, I can't really see anything now. Doesn't seem to be anything there. So yeah, I think it is a case of we maybe need to go into some deeper zones.
Oxygen.
Oxygen. We've had Spawnton, Teuton, Spawnton 2.0, and Diablock. Wait, so which one was Spawnton 2.0? I thought Spawnton 2.0 was Teuton. I thought that was the same tower. Because I named it Teuton because it's got the word 2 in it, and also because it's 2 ton as well, which I feel like that's fun. To the worm cave. Okay, well if we're going to the worm cave, then I need to make it much more clear where the exit and entrance is. It'd be nice if there was like a glowing light that I could place, some kind of just visual indicator. Lost track of the naming conventions. Which one was Diablock? Eh, whatever. We'll just make a big town and call it like Hammer or something. Like, doesn't matter. We scanned all this. Of course, scanned all this stuff. That's what we started doing. Oh, I always forget about that vent. Because every time it goes off, I'm like, oh my god, a huge whale is going to eat me. No, it's just the natural world. Festy. Diablock was Skyblock but with nukes. Oh, yeah, so when we like... Right, yes. Yeah, no, when we all did the Skyblock thing. Well, I mean, it seemed quite popular when we started it, and then it immediately became obvious that we would need to grind really hard for a lot of the things. And everyone was tired and didn't want to do that. No, I mean, no, I think people were just like, oh, okay. But it did get completed, so I was very proud of everybody for doing that. It's just I hadn't really thought about how I'd constructed it when I did it the first time, because initially, the first time I streamed Skyblock, I was almost like looking for a game to sort of like fill the time. So also I did a lot of that off stream. Especially the collecting of bones and flesh. But almost nobody was watching for that time. That was like about 2 years ago from now, I think, was when I was doing the original one. Anytime in future you want to look into OpenTDD. Maybe. I try not to have too many projects at once. Because there's another thing of like, I like to open community service for people and stuff so people can play games to facilitate it, but I don't necessarily want to make a server if like 2 people are gonna play it. I'd rather like as many people as possible, because then at that point it's like you could make an open TDD server if you wanted. You could make it in, and then we could put it in the Discord, I suppose. If that's something you wanted to do, like a Hughes of Rosemary endorsed community server, but not run by me. If I was still a big TF2 player, you know, maybe I would have a community TF2 server, but that'd just be running on in the back. That used to be a thing. I remember seeing that people would have their community, and then they would have a community like TF2 server, and that would just be something going on in the background. But any server or anything like that is gonna cost money. The the slot that we use to run Minecraft, I think, is like £8 a month, and I make that much from subs, right? I make at least £8 a month from sub. We can save fairly enough, assuming that I make the minimum of $50. But why am I not using my Sea Glide? Sea Glide. So where am I going? Oh, can we scan these? Can we ever scan these? What? If you pull those all off that rock, does that rock fall down, I wonder? Composed of multiple organisms in symbiosis. I must have scanned it before. Although that's a good point, actually, because it seems like sometimes scanning stuff opens more recipes. Ooh. Yeah, I need to put these in storage. I think it actually might be worth putting a beacon. I know the building's only there. I think it actually might be worth putting a beacon on it. Because a number of times I'm like, oh, where is it?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Can you be captain of a building? I guess so. It is nice that it calls me captain, but it does feel a little bit like I've set my computer to do that. It's like me that's done that. Every time I switch on my computer, it's like, my queen, my princess, welcome to your computer. Like, it's like I set that. That's my setting. I'm not getting the adulation of like a real person. I'm getting like what a computer says, right? Oh, I actually forgot to read your sub message, Callum, that says, I really appreciate these streams and love hanging out here, just FYI. Thank you very much. That's actually a really kind thing to say, and I'm sorry I didn't respond to that earlier. I just noticed it now. Landlocked Hungary had an admiral in charge for a while. Yeah, but that was just, those were the admiral days, right? Where you didn't even need a ship to be an admiral. I guess, I don't know. That's the repair tool. That's the scanner. There it is. We can't build any of those things right now. Okay, so we don't actually need that. What we need is those little pipe thing. I mean, it'd be good to actually no, I do need something. I need to build more storage with quartz and titanium, which we don't have any quartz. There should be quartz near here. Yeah, I don't know. That kind of actually puts me a little bit in the mind of like one of the parts of the sort of colonialism of the Roman Empire is that if you were in the Roman army long enough, they would just sort of give you like plots of land based on conquered places, right? So a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be in the military for 25 years so I can somehow survive and be completely fucked by the time it's, you know. Ooh. Yeah, that's what that reminded me of. Quartz, quartz, quartz. I want quartz. Quartz for me and you. Let's just make him the Scooby-Doo song. What's that sound? Oh, it's that thing. You'd think, seeing these initially, you think you should be terrified of them, but they're like... I would not be able to do that in real life. I would not be able to approach a moving fucking nozzle, I guess. I don't know what else to call it. Yeah, let me break these barnacles off for you. Oh, that wasn't a barnacle, never mind.
I like that barnacle. I actually have electric powers. Zip.
I'm sure there is actually some fish that really does utilize electric powers, right? But it seems like that would really not work in the ocean, right? Like you would zap something and then you would get zapped as well. Unless you're like a really slimy fish, except for this one part that you electrocute stuff with. So you zap out of that, but you don't get electrocuted because you're covered in like slime. So an electric slug, that could happen. Oh fuck! these aren't even that dangerous, right? These creatures, they just like, look at them, they're just like rolling around in the sand. I've never been able to actually, oh fuck, no, fuck, no, 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 yes. I had a second canister. Yeah, I forgot about that there. Oh, that's right, I was building this thing to be able to access the junk pile more easily. Whee-wee. Alright, back down we go. The whales love brushing up against it though, because it is like a solid object, so it kind of catches them out a little bit. That's just how the game works. Alright, this does seem like a good place to look for scanning stuff though. Ooh, a bioreactor fragment, there we go. And then, oh, wait, do we already know how to do that? Yes, we do. Still, though, that seems like a bigger thing than what I was finding before. Ports. Oh fuck, inventory full. Eat fish. Actually, if we're full of titanium, we probably should go back. I just want to be 100% sure that we don't have unscanned things, basically. Whee. Am I doing anything on Friday? Have I agreed to do anything on a Friday? Someone wants to do something on Friday, and I'm like, I have this weird feeling like I've double booked myself because I said yes. Can we scan this? Scan this? Can we scan this? Can we oh, something said something for a second there. Oh, yeah, this thing. So presumably we can recharge batteries with that.
New blueprint acquired.
Mobile vehicle painting, we already got that. Yeah, we should definitely get out of this hole soon, right? We scan all these things.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I know, I'm just trapped in the fucking metal chunks. Modification station fragment. Now what does that do? Do you think that's for like changing color of your items and stuff? A Nozzy nozzle. Whatever happened to Nozzy?
Oxygen.
Wait, that's not their name, is it? Oh. Oh. Well, I want to live with a bunch of cis men. I mean, if they're cool. Do I want to be outnumbered 3-1 with cis men? I mean, I can put it with a lot, but also, like, should I? Yeah, okay, I think we got what we can get from here for now. Streamed 2 months ago, apparently. Fuck, I missed that. Yeah, last time I saw they were doing like drum stuff, right? But that's good. I mean, I'm like, oh good, they're still alive then. Are you saying their pronouns? They have it pronouns? Am I misremembering that? Oh yeah, if people don't know, I am I'm trialing out it as a tertiary pronoun. Because I found, basically, I just got so dysphoric that I found that if I, in those situations, referred to myself as it, because there was no expectation of gender in any direction, it was really helpful for me. And also, there is kind of something about, like, identifying as a little fucking gremlin that kind of goes well with it pronouns sometimes. So, in addition to she and they, I ordered them in the ways of like its pronouns. So Nozzy's it. Fair enough. I hope it is well. I'm not sure in the like order of like, I almost maybe like it more than I do they. So are my pronouns shit, it, shit, fuck. Are my pronouns she, it, they? Maybe I've just proven why I shouldn't do that. But I'm trying to see how I feel about it.
The planet now. We have a landing site for you that's, well, it's better than the alternatives. We've sent you the coordinates. It'll take us a couple of days to align our orbit. Should be able to establish.
That's a long way away.
With you during that time.
I guess not that long away.
Cross your fingers, the weather holds. Don't leave us waiting.
Shit, chat. I'm not. This is not my pronouns. Don't tell anyone yet. No, my favorite. Oh, it will arrive in 39 minutes. My favorite pronoun is she. Being a woman, being a trans woman, that's the biggest thing for me. So you can never go wrong with that. They pronoun, or maybe I'll go she it instead of she they, because the reason that I was using they is just because I was like, my gender is much more complex than to just include she by itself. Because I also consider myself not binary. It's kind of like mostly binary. But I'm very anxious about it because people are, including, not anymore, but my best friend even are like weird about its pronouns, and there's no reason to be. It's just another pronoun. It's a pronoun that gets used for loads of things all the time anyway. A lot of people go, oh, but that's dehumanizing, and it's like, well, that's kind of the point, right? It's when that pronoun's being used, I don't necessarily want that to be the case. I'd rather be identified a bit more abstractly in that situation. It's just, I'm using it a bit differently because I feel like a lot of people who were saying that are maybe primarily just using that pronoun like that. But it's more just like, it's an option. So if anyone wants to call me it and give it a go, I'm into it. I'm feeling my way out to see how it goes, because pronouns is the whole thing, right? Wiring kit, copper wire, titanium. Yes, we need this. How do I make a wiring kit? Copper wire. Wire, silver, so copper and silver. We got loads of silver. We actually, most of our copper is going to be in, yeah, it's all of our copper. Okay. Yeah, wiring kit. And then copper wire. And then I actually forgot what we were building. Oh yeah, the battery charger, that's it. Yeah, put it here. Why not? Why not put it right here? Why not put it... Where's the best place to put a battery charger? Where's the worst place to put a battery charger? Can we put it in this corner? Oh, please. Please. Please let me do this game. Subnautica, please. No. Okay. That's all it lets me do with that. We need titanium. That's fine. Titanium is very easy to come by. It's like the iron of this game. Hello Fuzzy, welcome back. Hello again, I'm back from errands. I wanted to say it was nice civil chat earlier despite topics. Appreciate peeps here. That's very nice. Thank you. And yeah, it's good to be able to acknowledge and recognize that. It's important, even like you know, to respect people even that you disagree with, and it's okay to disagree with people. This is a very important thing. It's easy to get a bit over focused on like who's wrong and right and stuff like that, which is always subjective. I don't know. I mean, I guess if I was like, this guy is a big man called Fred, and I'm related to him, and also he is raining cheese, like that's that's not someone could dispute that and say you're wrong, and that, you know, that would be true, but for discussions of opinion and all that sort of stuff, it's being right or wrong is like kind of subjective, so don't worry about it. Hello Ava, welcome back from the sleeping. Wait, did you fall asleep because of me, because of all my talking? My amazing ability to make people fall asleep by just never showing up. You're back from looking away from the screen you're back from looking away from the screen for 2 microseconds. Thank you, Spike. Please tell me every time that happens. I need your eyes to dry out because you're staring at this content. Voice is very pleasant to fall asleep to. Thank you, that's a very lovely thing to say. I like that. I like to be a facilitator of people's comfort and stuff, right? I like to be nice to people. Yeah, I like when people like things about me like that. And it seems like a simple thing to say, right? But it's true. Yeah, that's whatever fucking face that is. That's you. That's every viewer, please. Not really. Nobody. No, I'm a huge advocate of like lurkers and stuff like that. I think just because I'm putting out this piece of media, I guess, this piece of content, if you want to call it that, in the way that I'm doing, and like people are interacting it with a particular way, doesn't mean that's the best way at all. There are genuinely a lot of people who are like only VOD watchers and have always only been VOD watchers, and you know, occasionally they'll come in and say, oh, I'm a VOD watcher, I've been doing this forever, and that's their preferred way to deal with this. Or even like lurking and stuff. That's fucking cool as fuck. Do what you want to do with it. If you're sat in your bedroom, and you've downloaded the VOD and you've remixed it into like a short film where you take individual words that I say and I'm all like, and that's your way of interacting with the stream, that's fantastic too. Like absolutely go for it. Streams are good fodder until Wilbur falls off the scaffold. Oh my god, can we get that clip up actually? The fucking so if you don't know, I briefly was doing some streaming and role-playing, which is something I really wanted to do, and this server popped up that like had a lot of problems, which is why I stopped playing on it. But there were a few people that I quite respected who were there, and I was like, okay, well, if you're there, then you know, let's maybe check this out. And but there was an interesting thing that happened, and I'm trying to actually find the clip because it's very funny. So I made this character Wilbur Cure, who I originally wrote for a Red Dead Redemption 2 server, and the intention with the character is that he would try to build power, and then when he gets power, he would become enough of a villain for it to be taken away from him, and that would be like a cool moment. But the way the character ended up playing out was sort of a bit of like a rascal with a heart of gold sort of thing, like quite rude to people. The problem is, you know, in the first server that I actually got to play that with, people were very much like, oh no, you're doing this to, you know, like reacting as if like I'm actually rude as a person. And there's also little tricks that you can do as a role player to signal to people that like, no, this is a character. So like you're like, I'm gonna get you, and then you fucking like trip over and like your pants fall down or something, right? Like people aren't gonna think that you're just playing roleplay to be a shithead if that happens, right? Sorry, let me just pause this game. I'm trying to find the clip. There's no way, there doesn't seem to be searches for the way to search through the clips. I mean, we can look at this one though, because that's equally as funny.
Well,
If you didn't see that, let me just show you again. Whoa! There was a weird glitch about like the carrying mechanism in that game, and Wilbur Cure got a fucking there's no other word for it, ejaculated across the map, and oh shit. There's a great thing about roleplay is that you just have to deal with like anything that happens all the time. So if there's a glitch, you gotta respond as if it like, you don't have to say that it's real necessarily, but you can make it happen. Sorry, I'm trying to find this clip. I got so many clips. I got these clips of like 9 views for some reason. Is that basically the same as having 0 views? I've seen these on people's like shout outs and stuff, so I'm surprised there was low as 10 views. That doesn't have 10 views, does it? This is like a famous clip. Sorry, it's taking me way too long to find this clip to be funny, but basically Is it this one? No. Was it this one? No. No, I can't find it. Oh, yeah, there we go. No, I actually clipped this one by accident, which was the really funny thing. But it was a fantastic
so for
moment.
me, I saw a postcard, or not a postcard, but like a pamphlet at the ski hill.
Oh, this isn't what if I was. Ski hill.
Yeah, so up in Canada we have hills, and you put these.
Whoa!
sticks on your-
Slow down there. You have hills in Canada? That's incredible.
That wasn't the one I was looking for, but that was the same character in the same situation. Basically, Wilbur fell off a balcony, so I role played it out that he like fucking really injured his legs. But the weird thing was like there was this weird sort of like almost like class system on the server where like for some reason they wouldn't give him a wheelchair and they wouldn't give him any other like stuff in character. So I was just like, okay, is my character just gonna roleplay in a room with no people for like months and months and months? And I already had not been playing him for weeks to sort of indicate that, you know, he's like injured and stuff like that and he needs recovery. But they just wouldn't issue it. So I had to have him have like a miraculous recovery, but he was always walking around with a stick after that. But no, I sat on the balcony and then I like got up, but the character model got pushed out basically and just fucking fell off the balcony. So there's this great. Oh, I know why I can't find it. It's because it's a clip I made of another channel because it's from the perspective of the other character. Shit, that's why. Can I find this faster? I just searched Barrel's channel. I don't think Barrel has streamed. I remember sometime in the summer he was like, oh, I just want to go outside and enjoy the sun. I was like, that's cool. And then he kind of stopped streaming after that point. Because I guess he just, the sun was too good. Yeah, there we go, I found it.
12. Oh my god, Wilbur!
And because the character got knocked out, it kicked him out of the job as well.
12. Oh my god, Wilbur!
No, that's my favorite kind of thing of roleplay of like, what if ridiculous fucking situation to happen and just being like, okay, I guess he fell off the building, and like also making sure to fucking react as the character in time to actually like have him scream and fall off. It was very funny. Oh, it's unpowered. Shit. Okay, it's nighttime. I can't use any of this stuff. Wilbur suffered so much. Yeah, no, because he also, I mean, he already had a cane at that point because he got fucking run over. And it was very insistent. There is a tendency, and this happens a lot more of, I think, GTA roleplay servers, of like injuries being very temporary. Although sometimes that's a little bit a case of like there's just not the stuff to support it. Like there's just not the, I guess, the code or whatever. Like if you're like, oh, this guy's arms got chopped off, it's like, well, how are you actually going to roleplay that in the game? You know, there's a fair amount of roleplayers that don't intend to play a character, but not really a self-insert either. They just want to be man. I think those are self-inserts. I just, you know, I think those are still self-inserts. A lot of the time, or it's just a lack of creativity, to be honest. No, it is difficult when you first start off. Is like, most people's first roleplay character, I think, I suspect, will just be them. The first one that I was gonna stream was just called Rosie. But then I guess I was also fairly new into calling myself Rosie. But I did have this whole thing of like, oh yeah, she's a biker and she fixes her own bike and she's cool and whatever. But then I got banned from the server, so. And then everything else that happened since. Yeah, no, people don't really necessarily know what to do to make a roleplay character. And I would say, honestly, research the setting that they're in, right? Because you'll come up with something where you'll go, oh, that would be cool. Personally, I think that people should try I think people should try to come up with characters with no status, because it can be very interesting to see like how that evolves. But also, sometimes that very much reflects like what the server allows you to do. So like yeah, it's I don't know, you could roleplay as like a homeless person or something, but like if there's no content for you and like you can't interact with other characters because you know, like that you don't have any money, it can become a real big gameplay problem. But I've seen people do that. I've seen people do that authentically. We changed to a different battery. Here we go. Whee! Right, I think we want to go into that cave. But we gotta be really careful that we don't get lost either. So we need to go into the cave, and we need to have some kind of signal of how to get out. I think this is the best entrance to this purple place. Oh, can we build stuff and use that as a indicator? Oh, I guess there's no reason that we have to build stuff in the same place all the time, right? So if we could build something like right here, like, I don't know, foundation, ladder, an interior module. There we go. And it actually... Oh wait, this goes deeper than I intended. Ah, fuck. How helpful is this actually, now that I think about it? No, deconstruct that. Oh god, this cave's a lot more complex than I thought. Because I'm trying to think about like when I'm looking around and I'm like, where's the next place to go? What am I going to be looking at? But I remember this cave being a lot more open than this, so I think this is a different part of the cave. There is quartz here, which actually I do need. See, now I turn around and immediately I'm like, where the fuck am I? Okay, so we want to indicate here, I guess. Wait, we just put a foundation and not build it, and then we go, there we go. That's a big fucking cheese. I didn't. That's temporary solution. Don't look at that. I'm not really doing that. But you see, I look over there and I go, oh, that's the right way to go. Oh, it's very easy to get turned around here. Help, help. Quite low down. Caveman in modern day roleplay seems fairly common. In a 1 in every open roleplay frequency. Really? I also like, I feel like your experience of roleplay is a lot more like old school roleplay, so like text-based stuff, and like whereas the roleplay that I have experience with, and the roleplay I guess I'm like interested in is I almost call it like a like 3D immersive roleplay. I don't know if we're differentiating it from like a text-based sort of kind of thing. No, I've never seen someone in something like GTA role-playing as a caveman. Because I actually think that could be, depending on how they do it, right? It could be funny, I guess. Although there are actually, there are stereotypes about cavemen that are like, it's all weird, I guess. But if you just... My name's Grog. What is this world? Why am I a Cockney? Drive car fast? It could be funny. Ooh, look at that. There's so much quartz here. It's definitely a place to get quartz. I imagine if we scan stuff here, it'd probably also be kind of cool. Ooh, I accidentally hit a jellyfish. That's the first time I've hit a jellyfish. Oh, it's really killing me, huh? Oh, do I need antidote? Okay, I'm fine now. I was like, do I need antidote? Okay. Ooh, lead. Oh, that commonly come across lead. Gold. It made a little bling sound. I'm like, but I don't give a shit about gold. Silver. Inventory full. We don't need these acid mushrooms. To be honest, I don't need all these bladderfish.
30 seconds.
Yeah. There we go. Indicates the next place to go. In text-based and forums. Yeah. Either caveman or Tarzan type character. I mean, I guess the other thing... I guess the other part of that is, like, it's probably funny for, like, a certain amount of time. Now, I will say, like, whilst it was frustrating to play in, like, Gary's Mod roleplay servers, because there was this constant thing of, like, oh, this could be so much better if we just took this a bit more seriously. And I'm not defending Gary's Mod roleplay servers, because they are a fucking mess, and they're all terrible. But, like, I think there can kind of be a place for, like real sort of wackiness. Like, just a place where, like, so long as it's, you know, respectful and it's not, like, bigoted or whatever, you can have a sort of anything goes space a little bit, right? So, like, oh, you know what's a good example of this, actually? So I was playing on Animification's, oh shit, did I miss VVV? Did we miss Metal Franklin competing in VVV? I hope not, because I was gonna tell everybody about it. I guess I was too busy going out. Sorry. I guess I didn't keep an eye on that. He might have actually said something about that. It's my fault. Anyway, so he was playing Project Zomboid, but he was doing a thing where the server was only on when he was streaming it, which previously it wasn't like that. And everybody, it wasn't like an official thing. It was just something that everybody decided to do. That everybody was playing as a specific character, but sometimes those characters were quite ridiculous. Like, I think at one point he roleplayed as like a personification of like Jonah the whale. Oh no, or the white whale. No, or was he Captain? I can't remember what it was. Anyway, or like I made a character who was very obviously not Sonic the Hedgehog, but was going around like, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Just like kind of goofy stuff like that. It can be very funny. I remember being very young and playing a text-based furry RP game and logging out because a cop pulled me over and wanted my license. Yeah. I think it's, wait, do I have to turn this into glass? Oh, wait, so some things are made of quartz that have glass in them, but some things... you have to turn it into glass. That's confusing. Yeah, because that has quartz, but the window has glass? Okay. Yeah, should cop-based roleplay even exist? Highly debatable. I suppose you might ask the question, should people act in this role? Although that's kind of different though, because that's a controlled environment. Yeah, I want to rebuild our mini sub, which the construction thing is over here. You want to be walking. You wanted to be a walking cat driving a car. Didn't know that the world would have rules. That's quite sad. It's like, no, you can't. You're having fun the wrong way. Can we pick this thing up? I think I probably have to have enough inventory space to do that, right? Can I pick this up? Is there a pick this up button? Or is it just set forever? Whatever. So we need glass, we need titanium ingots, we need a power cell, we need a blueprint. I can't remember, were batteries just like combined thingy things? We got glass. And then the battery thing was like, well, we got a regular battery, and then we've got... Okay, so you need 2 regular batteries and some silicon. Here is some silicon. Here's one of those things. Can put some quartz away. Oh, we got loads of quartz now. We're quartz rich. Yeah, and we can just take these. I know we made them for recharging and stuff, but I want my CMOF back. Power cell. How do you feel about being on a timer for the sunbeam? I know a lot of players resented it since everything else is so relaxed. I mean, it's obviously just gonna crash into the planet, right? So I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's gonna show up. It's gonna crash. I already know. They've indicated that they're not gonna be very good at landing. They're not gonna take me home. I'm pretty sure that's not how this game ends. They're just gonna crash. So I'm not sweating it at all. What am I doing? Is there another radio thing?
This is Life Pod 7. Coordinates attached. Pod is structurally sound, but the fabricator's bust.
I recognize this voice
Requesting
actor.
assistance. 7 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank.
Definitely recommend being at the rendezvous. Oh, okay. Well, then that's a good thing that we're rebuilding the Seamoth then. Because that seems like that would be for... Okay, we need 2 more glass and we need some lubricant. We have lubricant. We have the stuff to make it. We probably could just make it in here even. Burp. No, I am wrong. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I'll... Oh, fuck. Yeah, I guess I'll go there. Seems like a good idea. We do need some fluid intake, though.
Vital signs stabilized.
Give me that fish. Give me that fish. Give me that fish. You know, really, I feel like you need to drink a lot more than you need to eat. Which I mean, that's true in real life. Oops, I didn't mean to pick that up. Fuck. Please return. Please return. There we go. Nice. Haha. It's so sadistic, but it is very funny that all the fish were like, ah, we're free, we're escaping, and then this thing just fucking clamped them all back. And it's funny in the sense of like, I think I might actually be like a supervillain or something kind of way. Little pets think that they can escape. Oh no, you belong to me. Like that kind of way. Is that what being a dom is? Sorry. It's just tired. It's just being a fucking supervillain, isn't it? When I say supervillain, I mean in this sort of like cartoony kind of way. In the I'll get you next week kind of way. Right. Hello. Hello, building. I say hello to all my buildings, which is 1. We need to make all this water. We need supplies for the journey. And most of those supplies are flasks of water. Someone's definitely made this bottle on like Etsy or something, right? Hang on, I need to look this up. Subnautica water bottle Etsy. There are some water bottles on Etsy. They do not look like this. Hang on, 1 sec. Oh wait, that's not even the results that I got on the main. It's got nothing to do with Subnautica. Who the fuck is Ethan? Okay. Weirdly, the results I got on the search engine were more accurate than the ones in Etsy. Yeah, there's an Altera one and there's like a... That just says Subnautica. Oh, there's this. Wait, what? Oh, that's a fucking Reddit. Okay, whatever. Whatever, Reddit. I don't care. You shoot that 1 pair of boots that Megamind wore. What were Megamind's boots like? Let's look that up. Megamind's boots, cause I don't know. I think the boots I like are maybe not as tall as that. Oh, you mean like these ones? It literally says, girls don't want boys, girls want Megamind's fucking sick platform golf boots so they want to fight Titan. I mean, that elevation of heel, yeah, absolutely. All the fucking way up the leg, probably not. I would probably want it to cut off past the ankle. It says Megamind boots. Those aren't Megamind boots. Deviant art? What do you mean? Oh, those are probably the boots he normally wears. Okay. He can steal his fucking look with some shitty vest, strappy heels. No, come on. You can't say that's the Megamind look. That's really stretching the description of what that means. My goodness. No, I do. I mean, my old. Oh, I don't have them because I moved them. But I really dearly miss my old boots. I want them to be fixed, but I kind of suspect that the cost of fixing them might be just as much as like, yeah, just getting new boots. And also like, well, they broke, so even fixing them, they're gonna be imperfect. I probably do need to spend like £100 on like a proper pair of boots. I don't want to spend £100 on a proper pair of boots. I think that's too much money to spend on shoes. But also, every single shoe falls apart, so it's like maybe I have to. I think we need more supplies. It's a cute look. I agree. I think platform stuff is really cool. I mean, I bought my boots as like a self-confidence thing, right? Because I got punched and I was like, oh, I need to feel strong, and it worked. But then they fucked up, so I don't have them anymore. But I ended up taking that same kind of mentality to like the way I dress and stuff like that, of trying to dress and do things that were like empowering. And I feel very empowered about the way I dress recently. Very, very empowered, and that's great. I think you find a pic of the boots if you go on DeviantArt and search for Mario big comfort inflation with feet. I don't know if you can have cum on DeviantArt. There's definitely a lot of sexual content that exists, but I feel like that might actually be past the line. Maybe. I mean, I think you can have implied cum in it, right? I'm actually gonna do this and search this on DeviantArt. I'm not gonna do it where anyone can see me do it, but what actually comes up when you search that on DeviantArt? DeviantArt. Pretty sure there's cum on DeviantArt. I don't feel like I've seen any. I've seen a lot of things on DeviantArt. Oh, there's definitely stories about cum. DeviantArt's for the. Oh, I think I need to log in. What's my fucking username on that? DeviantArt. I just want to know. I don't think I know my password anymore. Unless it's that. I don't know my password on DeviantArt anymore, so I can't see if there's a big fucking cum inflation of Mario. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Sit on stream or no courage. The thing is, like, there's no reason to intentionally subject people to stuff that's like that level of offensive. Because I feel like even like nice, reasonable people that watch the stream and enjoy it would go, no, actually, I think I will report User Rosary for this one, and they'd be right. It would be deserved. There's no reason to just expose people to that. Right, so we've made the sea moth. We've made the beautiful, very explodable submarine. I need some more fish for the journey though. Where's that big bowl where all the fish go? Ooh, and we've already hit something. That's fine. Yeah, we need more water, that's for sure. Can every fish stop bumping into this, please? Right, there we go. Yeah, give me some bladder fish. Why is there only one? Oh, there's two. Is there a third one? Oh, there's a third one. Come here. I was gonna say suspicious lack of bladderfish, but actually they're all just living a free life. I must have killed like 100 fish by now, right? I've locally devastated the area that I'm in. I know there's a big ship that's like having a nuclear meltdown or something not that far away, so like that obviously the onus is definitely the onus on that is like much more significant. But I do wonder, I especially think of stuff like Factorio, which I probably won't play anymore just because the lead dev of that game is a real fucking right-wing weirdo, which is a shame because I like the game. But I've got Satisfactory, which is basically the same game, so I might play that instead. But it does kind of like there's this kind of question in my mind of like, well, if you're trapped on an alien planet and your ship is broken and you need your ship to be fixed, like how much right do you actually have to change that environment? And I kind of think like if it gets to the, you know, if it gets to the point that you're like hurting the local alien life and stuff like that, maybe you should just like peacefully die, or like try and live as like inoffensively as possible. Orc come hurt. Sorry, what about Orc come? Oh, you actually have come on DeviantArt, especially Orc come. There's Orc come on DeviantArt. This is relevant to my interests. I love orcs. Have I seen an orc come? No, I've seen some orcs come. I'm very sorry, everybody. In this year household, we celebrate Orctober all year round. Wait, is that? Sorry. Is October the month of orcs coming on DeviantArt? Is that what it's for? Nobody searched Goatsy. That's a picture of a man stretching his anus out. It's a shock image. Please don't Google that. Wasn't aware of October. Real question about orcs is: do you support hot muscle mummy orcs or only the big brute orcs? I think everybody does, right? I don't think there's anybody that doesn't like both of those. Hey, listen, any body type of an orc is valid, of any gender. I even like the old wizard orcs. I think they're cool too. Right, so we've got loads of water now. It's already become old. I cooked it like 5 minutes. Whatever. I've lost my Seamoth already. There seems to be no beacon for where it might be. We've got 4 minutes to get several kilometers. There he is. There's the Seamoth. Personally, love orc twonks. There will be orcs who are like, oh, I don't look like the other orcs. I'm not as... my teeth aren't as long and sharp. It's like, it's okay, you're still valid too. Right, let's go. Is there a speed up button on this? We've got 4 minutes to get over there. I did waste my time a little bit, but it's fine. October is one of your primary reasons for living, not just DeviantArt. So DeviantArt is one of your primary reasons for living. I say DeviantArt's gotten me through some dark times. I am also just like I think that there definitely should be places online in which people can be smutty and sexy and stuff. It being scoured from every fucking inch of the internet is really bad. Losing like, yes, there's lots of problematic things that happen with objectification, and like the what I guess we call the mainstream porn industry is extremely problematic. Although actually I think just with the advent of OnlyFans, that's shifted, hasn't it? Right? Like I would say most porn being made most porn even that's being seen by a lot of people is being made by I would say independent workers, but the thing is they all also kind of are on OnlyFans, right? It's in the same sense of like, I'm not considered a worker on Twitch, but like I kind of am. But still, that shift is good. But scouring off the fucking internet. Even OnlyFans tried to stop having adult content. I'm like, are you fucking serious? And they banned a bunch of people, but I think it was almost primarily black women for some reason. And they didn't. I don't think they overturned those bans either. They just were like, oh, we're gonna implement this now. What the fuck was that all about? I mean, racism, but like. Anyway, there's a big Twitter and Tumblr scene for it. I have not seen any October on Tumblr. And I don't use Twitter. Now, Twitter, one of the few prevailing good things about Twitter is that they don't have an adult ban. Don't have an account, so you can't see the old. You can. It's fairly easy to make a DeviantArt account, right?
Detecting massive energy signature in the region. Cannot identify.
Oh, what the fuck? Right, there you go. Walking? That was the strangest way to leave that bit of water possible. What's with all these rocks as well? Can I scan this? There we go, some lithium. I mean, that's not a ship. Are they tricking me? I think maybe they're tricking me. They're pretending to be a ship. So I'll go and investigate. I forgot that there would be any landmass. Oh, if I can scan the trees. Scan everything. Scan the grass. This makes 4 times you've escaped certain death without realizing it. Maybe this game's just not made very well. I don't know. It does have a little bit of a feel to it. Like something that's been made in Unity. I just think it's probably one of the best examples of an indie game made in that. Oh, fuck. Cave crawler. Fuck me, the things on land are way worse than anything I've seen in the ocean. Oh, a bird! A sky ray! Come back, please! No! Oh, there'll be more. Ooh. That's a very Half-Life looking crab. It's a very Half-Life and Half-Life 2 looking crab. It's probably... I wonder if it's based on that, actually. Oh, hello. They do seem to be trying to jump on my head. What's in here? Oh. What is in here? If you get too close to the ship, it turns out to be flat and the sky is flat too, and you're in a TV show all along. Damn it! I wanted to finally escape and go and see Mount Rushmore for real. Sorry, the real name of that. It's 6 grandfathers or 5 grandfathers? I can't remember what the actual name of
Survivor,
it is.
we see you. Man, I don't know how you held out down there. We broke an atmosphere and we're descending towards the landing site.
I'm in a cave.
Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions, everyone. Touching down in 10, 9, 8.
Oh, hello. Are you gonna crash?
It's coming from the building. Change course.
Oh, is that how the first one crashed? I mean, I knew this was gonna happen. I just didn't know that that would be the reason. That's a big gun, is it? I think it's called Rockheads. We scan this stuff as well. We scan the frazzled remains of I mean, like, if this was the first time I'd ever played anything like this in this situation, I might be, you know, I might go, oh no, I thought we were gonna be safe. I thought we were gonna be fine. Oh, hello. But I just knew it was gonna crash. Wait, we're within the viewing distance of that ship. I had no idea. It makes sense that it would crash there. Now, what I don't understand is why was that ship completely? Why was that ship completely disintegrated and that one wasn't? Wow. Sunbeam's much smaller. Yeah, that probably makes sense. well, time to just walk. What the fuck is with my body shape? Time to walk towards this. Listen, right. If I was on another planet, I would be pretty freaked out already. If I was on any planet and I saw this structure, it's kind of it's setting my hairs on end a little bit already. I would be maybe even too scared to touch it, right? But it's a video game, so death means nothing. It's all nice polished marble, it looks like. Sounding kind of hollow. Is there a way inside? I mean, I guess I was gonna say, well, it's nice that I got acknowledged by the ship. They were like, "Oh, we see you." So you know, if I'm losing my marbles and I'm thinking like, "Oh, is anything real?" Then I was like, "Oh, I can take that as an affirmation that I am real." But then I went, "Wait, but actually, what if what if the ship that came down wasn't real? What if this building wasn't real? What if I'm actually still on Earth?" Has anyone checked to see how the Statue of Liberty is doing? Okay, so it doesn't seem like I can get in here. Ever since Nemesis shot down the helicopter, I've never believed any vehicle escape is going to be the one. There is a problem that is very heavily highlighted by the Suicide Squad film, in that helicopters only exist in action movies to be destroyed, but also everybody, if they're a main character, can always just walk out of it. How many people have... What's the percentage of people who've survived absolute helicopter crashes? Because I imagine it's extraordinarily low. I don't think that that's an easy thing to survive. I think like the human body is actually very vulnerable. It's just like a big sack, right? Oh, hello. You can get in, keep looking. Oh, it said inventory full when I did that. Was it supposed to give me titanium? Force field control. We're gonna scan everything first. But yeah, just put this big credit card in here. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess the other part of it is we can go, okay, so it's not just animals then.
Scans indicate this structure is composed of a metal alloy with unprecedented integrity. No match is found in database. Performing structural analysis.
So they made it out of not just stone, but super stone. Does that mean it's like really heavy as fuck? Does it mean it has its own like gravitational distortion? What's the heaviest rock that you can healthily be near? What's the densest rock you can healthily be near? I guess is the question I'm asking. Because there's got to be a certain, you know, where all these like science fiction materials where like, oh my god, it's harder than any iron, it's tougher, it's denser than any stone. There's got to become a point where just the physics of that become just like untenable, right?
Unknown language. Attempting translation.
Dwayne Johnson. You think about how Far Cry 5 starts with a church full of Christians holding onto a helicopter to make it spin out of control. I mean, depending on the size of the helicopter, there's got to be a certain point where that's possible, right? Maybe? It's actually a sophisticated sex dungeon and they have a huge laser weapon kink. I mean, listen, it can be planetary defense and a sex dungeon. They don't have to be the same. They don't have to be the same. No, I guess they probably do, right? Because I feel like if I was like in a sex dungeon that was in a military base, I would be incredibly off-put. So I feel like I would have to, you know, I feel like I would have to be into it for that to work. Cube. Now scan it first. There we go. Hey, hey kids, you wanna touch some uranium? Minecraft. It's a reference to Minecraft where the cube was invented. prior to 2008, we just used very like irregular rectangular cuboids.
By accessing the control room in the lower section.
Okay, I'm getting tutorialized by my fucking internal computer. Alexa's like, make sure you remind them all about Altera. Make sure you remind them about Altera.
Cannot ascertain whether their purpose is aesthetic or functional. Further data required.
I mean, considering that those are identical, I would presume. Oh, actually, they're not identical. I mean, I could see, you know, you get those robot things where you paint a line or like an X or something and they can read that. What if these are all like specific QR codes? So the robot's like, and then it's like, okay, new set of instructions. Make sure that this section is doing whatever, and then it like twists it all around and it goes, and it does its next thing, and that seems like that would make sense to me. But then what's this also? Is this that just for more robots? Is this just an Amazon warehouse? This isn't Alien, this is actually the future. It's not functional right now, but its intention is to consume all planets. They set one up and then, I don't know. We scan this one as well? No, we just get another ion cube. Are we gonna have some kind of puzzle where we have to put a bunch of ion cubes in something?
Unknown language. Attempting translation.
Enforcement platform schematic. I expected to do more submarining before I came across an ancient civilization. Oh, I know what that means. Oh fuck. I'm like, I've played enough Halo to know a lift when I see one. And then we take 2 steps forward and fucking someone energy sword rushes us. Gained the lead, lost the lead. Do you think that guy has a dog and like he walks and he goes out to the park and his dog runs a little fast and he lets go and he goes, lost the lead. And then he walks over to his dog and he picks it up and he goes, gained the lead. You think he ever does that just to like himself? Is this water? Can I get in it? Is this like a fucking coolant system for like a nuclear? Yeah, I fucking jump into it. Seems fine. Oh, there's like plants down there. I'm gonna check that out in a second. Far Cry 5 was very good. I should play the Far Cry. It's probably like mindlessly gunning down output. The thing of the thing of like going, I'm gonna beat up this outpost or beat this outpost or whatever in Shadow of Mordor. I like that. That was fun. There is a thing of like every single Warner Brothers game doing that. Like, as the Mad Max game did that as well, and like, I mean, I guess, I don't know, it felt a bit like not compulsory. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, I think that Mad Max should have been more of an open world game, but I also think it should have been more of a Mad Max game and less of a punching game. A lot of people quite like that game, but I think it's probably got a lot to do with the fact that I came in with a particular expectation and I was disappointed that it wasn't. First Far Cry played as 4, and it sells the best atmosphere in any game I played. I have some Far Cries, because, you know, there'll be some games that'll be like a big part of a series or something, and they'll fucking sell them for like 30 pence or something, so I like collect them, but never actually necessarily play them. I probably should at some point.
Scans indicate the facility's control room lies beyond this doorway.
Oh, I don't have the tablet for that yet, so I guess maybe that was in the water bit that I was like, is there fall damage in this? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why I thought there wouldn't be fall damage, to be fair. Oh, those are actually bad. They became rotten very, very quickly. I should have put salt on them. I actually know how to put salt on them. Ooh, what's this? Alien rifle. Are you gonna give us a gun? Oh, I think they actually fucking are. I'm like, oh, I actually weirdly liked that we didn't have guns, but Is this on the list? Where is it? Also, can we unpin this? I guess it's not on the blueprint list. Okay, so why did I scan it then? What was the purpose of that?
Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection in your system is progressing.
Oh.
Detecting skin irritation and immune system response. Further data required to identify bacterial strain.
Oh. Am I dying? I just did that on a whim. I wasn't expecting real results. I'm like, haha, what if we did a blood test for fun and it's like, you have poison blood? Like, actually, literally, that's like that guy that did a pregnancy test and it said he was pregnant, and that's like actually a great way to check to see if you have testicular cancer. Because it puts your hormones out of whack, I guess. Appreciate Ubisoft bringing Blood Dragon back to show Raymond eating sushi off a cowgirl too. What? Are we talking cowgirl as in like yeehaw or like please milk me? Sorry, is that what kind of cowgirl are we talking about here? Just to be clear, there's gotta be a better way for me to say that, but it was the first one that came. I'm quite tired. This thing doesn't seem to do it. I guess that's some kind of teleporter. Amphicow. Okay, so it's a please milk me. That can't be the term, right? Amphicow is much better. I thought it was prostate cancer. Oh, it might have been prostate cancer actually. You might be right. Yes, I am reduced risk of prostate cancer because of my HRT. It's no longer engorging my prostate. Also, did you know that everybody has a prostate? I almost want to make like a Christmas song about like everyone has a prostate, but not everybody's is enlarged. If yours is enlarged, it's affecting your pee. You should go down to your local GP. They'll do a little check, take a minute or free. Your prostate health is important to me. Fuck me, that would be a great Christmas song. I do like stuff like that being like funny and kind of inappropriate for stuff that's like important. Like when I did the STI test, I need to do some other stuff so I can stop referencing that every 30 seconds. I remember telling other streamers I did that and their general reaction was like, what? I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, so it's fine when you I don't know, ate that dead fish for a charity stream or whatever, but no. What else is like that? Prostate. Oh, check your check your tits, regardless of your gender. Give them a look if there's something unusual. If there's like a painful or hard lump or something. Talk to a professional. Although I will say, that's a little bit of a confusing one with HRT, is because mine are growing and always kind of hurting a little bit. So there was stuff where I was like, oh, is this normal? One thing that did trip me up a little bit, and I talked to some other trans women so I know what it was, is once the milk ducts started growing or expanding or whatever, they do seem a little bit almost like there's like a ball inside the tits somewhere. And that was like, I was like, what the fuck is that? But then I spoke to the people like, oh, hey, don't worry. Having said that, in any health concern, it's always better to get a professional to look at it, even if they say that there's nothing wrong. This is tricky for me as a person of hypochondria though, because there are some things that I'm like, oh, I just need to relax about this. Like I had this weird sort of spell for ages where like I was really sure that like my kidneys were shutting down and I just didn't know about it. Your kidneys shut down, it's like an immediate thing. It's a very curable thing depending on the situation as well. It's usually is an indicator of something else. But is this a secret entrance into the building? I think it is. What the fuck is that? Let's head towards it immediately. Warper. Don't hurt me. Just let me scan you. Indigenous life form, it says. That looks like if there was a person, that's what a person would look like here. Oh, and it warped away. I do need to get to the surface. You were fully convinced you were leaking spinal fluid from your nose a couple of days ago? I remember actually reading about someone that had genuinely did have spinal fluid leaking, and it's like you'd know, like you'd know something was up, and it wouldn't just be, you know, I know obviously you know this, it's like hypochondria and stuff like that, but that's what I always say to other people who have hypochondria. I'm like, when you're sick, you know something's up. It's not like a kind of vague feeling of something being off. It's like you're like, oh my god, something is seriously wrong with me. I need to have this investigated. That's what it means to be sick. And I also, like, I feel like oh shit, blueprint for the fucking huge submarine. There is a tendency. I feel like our diet capitalism culture is really bad for people's hypochondria and eating disorders and stuff like that, but especially because of this idea that there's like healthy and unhealthy food. All food is healthy. I don't think that's a controversial statement. It is for some people. All food is healthy. Food that is not healthy is poison. We have a name for that. It's called poison. It's like cyanide and stuff. And even then, I think you can probably take a certain amount of cyanide. Yeah, you know, having too much salt or something is proven like that's not fantastic for you, but people have got a little bit into this kind of mentality of thinking that you know, that they can eat food and that can be bad, and it's like, no. And then what happens is people end up not eating, and like that's the what you consider the most unhealthy food is always going to be better than not eating. Sorry to talk about eating disorder stuff. I know this can be triggering for some people, but I have an eating disorder, so I figured it would be fine. It seems to be doing better at the moment. It got really bad. Overall, my main issue is just that I just need more money. Hey, speaking of which, I have a Ko-fi. If anyone wants to send me money, it will probably just go into the fundraiser at the moment, but I do need money. And I will need money in January, and I will need money in February, and hopefully I will have figured it all out by then, but financially things are... They look a mess, they look stressful. Is this a secret route to something else here? Being a hypochondriac at the same time as having a condition that genuinely can cause really weird body stuff for your brain. Like your brain prolapsing. Sorry? What? Do you mean that like flippantly, or do you actually mean like your brain fucking coming out of your like mouth or something? Yeah, that's my big question. Also, what's attacking me? No, yeah, one of the things actually, this isn't really comparable, it's just I have very little frame of reference. If you have ADHD, for example, because you don't produce enough like endorphins that are supposed to sort of protect you from the general feeling of, you know, your body moves around and does stuff, and sometimes those things can be a little bit painful. You're supposed to have like a base level of endorphins to just make sure that that doesn't really hurt, or like you don't really notice it until it gets to a point of being dangerous.
Seek fluid intake.
But if you have ADHD, you sometimes will just get like random pains, and that's quite common. That for me was really bad for my hypochondria, because every single time, any pain that I would have, any like muscle twitch or spasm or something, I was like, this is the proof that I needed, that I'm deeply sick, and that there's only a matter of time before I die, and that there's no point really doing anything, or like I'll never be able to get real medical support. Well, you know, which is another thing as well, because it is hard to get medical support for quite a few things that should not be the case for. Certainly any disability, any chronic issue. Like sleep in my case. Not out the brains, but it can slip down. Okay. Well, I get, oh yeah, because it was like with EDS and stuff, because all of the things that hold you together are like a bit slippier, right? Hence like dislocations and stuff. I I had a housemate with EDS and like a million other things as well. So one other person with EDS who had that, and I've been worrying about it happening in the back of my head ever since. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really know much about EDS, but I think you'd be fine. I'm not a doctor, but I think you'd be fine. That sounds like a rare thing to happen. But again, I'm not a doctor, so what do I know? That doesn't sound as reassuring as I meant it to be. You're like, hey, what if this rare medical thing happened to you? And like, oh, that won't happen, but I'm not a doctor. What if my legs fell off one day? That won't happen, but I'm not a legologist. What is a legologist? What would be the term for that? Ooh. Is it pedologist is foot, right? And then pediatrician is child doctor. And then an oncologist is your uncle. I guess. Anxiety is great. What if, like that? What if all the overwhelming evidence is wrong and I'm the 0.0001% case? What's even worse about that is when that actually does happen. Or like any sort of situation with an anxiety like that, where you're like, actually, this is a thing, kind of a similar thing with like BPD. Is it's very easy when it's particularly like up and inflamed and bad and stuff to interpret like social interactions that maybe just didn't go so well as being like actual like negative intent from the other person. It's really it really fucks you up when you're like, oh my god, it's like everybody hates you, and then you actually learn that all of those people hate you. That's something that's like, that stuff really sets you back, because you're like, oh god, then maybe all of the other things that I thought were also true. That was pretty bad for me a week or so ago. I got to the lowest point in this year like a couple of weeks ago, and the main reason was just vitamin D deficiency, which is very funny to me. But no, it was like I had a slightly awkward social interaction with a couple of people who were probably just tired, to be honest. But I was like, oh my god, this is proof that, you know, they hate me, and also actually every situation where there's been any other people also hate me too. And this is the proof that I've needed. It's the same thing. It's all just, you know, it's just anxiety, really. You your brain is sort of geared to try to explain the world around it. Even if the things that are happening to you are like horrible and stuff, so it sort of tries to ascribe, I guess, like blame and things like that. I need to get back on the CMOF. We've been scanning a lot of things around here, and also there was like a door I couldn't enter, but I have a weird feeling like maybe I need to scan these things and then go and like take another look. This looks like something that will kill me. Looks a lot like something that will kill me. I probably shouldn't try and approach it to scan it, but I can't help myself. If you wait, can you scan stuff if you kill it? If I knife it, can I then scan it? Hey, it's me, a animal enthusiast from the 1600s. If I kill it, can I still write it down? Ooh, if we scan this one, oh, come back. No! Ow. You can scan dead things. Fantastic. Nothing needs to live anymore. It's all condemned. Where's my CMOF? Huh? I don't like moving around without a torch. Fuck me, that's a fast planet. Look at that. Because we can literally see the shape, and it's just like... It's not even that big, is it? Like, I feel like if there was a person standing, they would be like that big on it. Either that, or like... I'm like, this solar system's got some fucking problems. Like, I feel 7 foot taller for some reason when this thing passes over. All of my bones have misshapen. What is that actually? Lead. Oh, okay, it's like a bigger. Oh, okay, a bigger node. Bigger node. What's this stuff under here? I'm kind of sort of slightly getting the impression that I didn't fully explore it. It's like, how do you get into this bit? Should you get into this bit? When will you get into this bit? Whee! Sorry, I'm just...
Starvation imminent.
Oh.
Seek calorie intake immediately.
Oh shit. There we go. That's dinner. Where'd it go? Where's my dinner? I crashed into it specially for you. Listen, your mum crashed into a ship, into a fish. Your mum crashed into dinner just for you. You can't not eat this. Come on, hit these fish real hard. I don't know if you can actually eat those ones, so I might be wasting my time. That looks pretty dead to me. Fuck, it's not that kind of fish. This is one of those, it's too slimy, I just can't put it in my pocket. It just like slips right out. Oh, can we crash into this guy? Because he's hostile, right? Well, yeah, I guess the answer is yes. You know, first contact. Run him over. That's what Master Chief does. He goes to all these new planets. They're busy fighting the Covenant and they're like, hello, we're a strange race of octopus people. Just... I gotta finish the fight. Gets in a big warthog. Runs them over. Ooh, something I can scan. Or I've already scanned it. Oh, something else I can scan. You know, actually, maybe I would starve to death on an alien planet because I would be too busy scanning everything. I mean, I would genuinely be fascinated because I'm like, the implications of, you know, this life. Is this a new fish? Why not scan the peeper before? Here we go. I thought I had. Come back. Come back. There we go. Let me eat this raw fish. There we go. We're no longer starving. However, I do have pretty severe mercury poisoning now. Although I think that's a kind of a risk of fish anyway. I don't know if you can cook out the mercury. If anyone's ever... if anyone's a hatter from the 18th century could tell me if it's possible to cook out the mercury. Is that uranium? Oh no, sorry, it's uranite. Okay, something is biting me down here. Something invisible is biting me down here. That's great. I'm just trying to not die. Hello, scooters. You can't look. Well. Well. So if you didn't see that, a big fucking like eel monster of a scale I have not seen before took out my submarine quite aggressively and very fast. Rather than choosing to try and get in or interact with it in any way, I just silently moved away. Terrifying, actually. That was great because I was just sort of swimming in there with like my bare feet. Great. Cool. Cool and good. So the first sea moth died because it bumped into too many fish, right? And the second sea moth died. It gave its life for me. It was bait. Can we eat these crabs? It looks like such a board stance. There we go. I don't think we can eat these guys. Look at the animation. Look at that shadow. Like that's how much this character cares about these crabs. I just wanted to see if it was edible. I didn't. Are we sure it's still not edible? No. Okay. What can we eat here? We eat this. We eat. I don't want to eat that one. It's just fish. I know. You can eat the long vine things, can't you? The seaweed. The problem is also I don't really want to get into this deep ocean anymore because I did see a big fucking eel just like take.
Emergency.
Ooh, fish.
Starvation imminent.
No, it's good.
Calorie intake
No, it's good.
immediately.
No, it's good. There's peepers. That's not edible. That one will bite me. Peeps. Peep, 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 peep. Peep, peep. Peep, peep. Peep, peep. Come back, please. For some reason, it's just the peepers. Even though we've seen loads of other different types of fish. Oh. Oh, actually, there we go. Like this one. Peep, peep. Oh shit! The guy I ran over is back, and he looks pissed. Bye. Good look on dry land, fucker. I'm from the trees. You've probably never even seen those before. Please stop screaming at me though. That is horrendous. I do kind of have a bit of a scream phobia. Although that's kind of working out these days. It's not as bad as it was. But I did hear some like experimental electronic music and started having a panic attack. So I'm not out of the woods entirely yet. Right, let's eat all these raw fish.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Reginald. Ow. Hey, what? Wait, that one's different. Can I scan it? I feel a little bit Steve Irwin in the sense of like something tries to take a bite out of me and I'm like, oh, I gotta scan it. So I suppose, I mean, that's a true biologist, right? Oh, here's that thing I was looking for. I think that's the key to get further in the doobly-doo, right? Is this a shortcut? I think this might be a shortcut. Wish I'd made a fucking torch. I can use the Sea Glide's torch, I guess. But using a Sea Glide in the open air as a torch kind of feels like driving a car up a river. You know, it's like I guess you could, maybe you could do that, but like that's not its intended purpose. It's for the sea world. Hi Spike. Also, that's a lovely shade of blue. Spike is red on my screen. Also, hi Nightsuit. I'm really good. I have you know, I've been going around meeting people and hanging out and doing things, and I think we maybe missed VVV with Metal Franklin, unless that's still going on. I don't know. But we're playing Subnautica. We discovered a big alien gun building that shot down our only hope of rescue. Oh yeah, a big fucking eel. The biggest eel I ever saw took a huge fucking bite out of my sea moth and crushed it like a can. Which means I'm kind of actually like a little bit stuck on this island, and they keep wanting me to drink water, and we only have so much water. Oh yeah, no, we should go back to the building with this new tablet, shouldn't we? Oh me, that's a lovely shade of blue, sorry. It doesn't stay on so well at the corners, like it sticks on quite well, but except for with friction. But in terms of like water and stuff like that, it doesn't really come off. Every lipstick's a little bit different. It's one of my old one. It's one of my really early lipsticks because it's almost like worn down. One of the first lipsticks I was wearing on the stream ever. So you'll often see me in the olden days. No. No. I bet this is what Robinson Crusoe felt like, except without all of the racism. He was just trying to scan birds. I have never read Robinson Crusoe, and I have no intention to either. I know the historical person that it's based off, which was weird because he got picked up after being fucking abandoned, and they were like, "That's amazing! An Englishman survived on a desert island. Let's write 7,000 books about this." That's actually what Lord of the Flies is like a response to that, because it's like, no, English schoolboys are fucking nasty and horrible. But then also, I think there was a thing of like, even that was based on vaguely real thing, right? And it didn't go that way. I might be getting my stories crossed here a little bit. No. You like your lipstick. You like your lipstick. Plus L. A plus L to you too. At some point you're going to be commissioning an artist for a true VTuber model. Aren't those like $1,000? I remember because I would get all the bots all the time that were like, listen, I can make this stuff for your channel, and it usually would come through Twitter. But one of the bots was like, thank you for the humongous wizard scoots. One of the bot type things was like, oh, here's a proper full VTuber, and it was like fucking expensive. I mean, listen, people who make that stuff absolutely should be paid. There's a lot of work. In fact, specifically, graphical visual artists of any kind need better working conditions, and part of that is that they need to get paid. So I'm not trying to say, oh, that's too expensive. I mean, it's too expensive for me, but you know, there's no reason that other people shouldn't.
Seek fluid intake.
You're looking at a quote of $360 Canadian dollars. That's like £150. That's actually seems like that's on the cheap side. Although I guess I don't know how complex it is, or like how much time it would take for them to make that. But that's cool. VTubing stuff is something that's quite. It really is a different corner of streaming, right? And there is quite a significant amount of it. And in my, like, I'm probably wrong about this, but I get the impression that the majority of, oh fuck, the batteries run out. The majority of VTubers are at least queer in some way, if not trans. Although I remember saying that to someone once somewhere, and they were like, what do you think you're talking about? I'm like, yeah, or maybe that's not true in the case of, because also the other thing about like VTubing and all that stuff is it's way bigger in other countries, right? Like Korea and Japan and stuff. Even China has like way more of that stuff going on. I say even China, like it's a country. It does exist. There are a lot of people in it. VTubers in like, I know there are VTubers in the UK that are part of like bigger groups, but I feel like most of it's just like people independently doing it. I mean, I've got a PNG tube thing. Would I ever make a VTuber? I mean, what's her name? Casey Explosion has like a sort of cow. I guess it would be a VTuber. It's like a 2D VTuber thing, I think. I'm not actually sure. It's been a while since I've seen her channel. And like, that seems kind of cool. I wouldn't mind having something like that. But also, like, I wouldn't really use it enough to justify paying for it. Unless I made it myself. But then, like, in Blender, like, it's just a fucking potato with, like, stick arms, because that's the only thing that I can model. Actually, I kind of want to do that. A VTuber, but it's just really shitty. As long as it doesn't clip with each other, then... I think you can, there are things I think where you can sort of put together like free components of VTubing, and then you can sort of customize it in your own time, but there's, I don't know, there's like rules of etiquette about that. Looking for a while, and prices have been coming down as ease of the making has gone up. Oh, you really have no fear at all. Most people never swim around these islands. When they do, they're basically having a panic attack the whole time. I mean, I'm being cautious, but also, this is an issue with me. We have established this. Why do you think I keep making huge social pause with like, social faux pas with like numerous amounts of people that have huge lasting consequences for me, and I seemingly have no control over it? It's because I really don't process that stuff properly. That fluid intake enough for you? Straight through the pores of my feet as I hit the water really hard. That's the secret way to drink. I don't know if you know this. Now we might be in trouble for the fluid intake because, oh no, we do have one water. Fuck. Okay, well, let's go open that gate and hope that there's like secret. Skyray, scan please. No, you fucking clipped through the building to stop me scanning you. What a... Okay. Right, let's go put this thing and hope that water comes out of it, because otherwise my character is dying of thirst. Actually, let's save it just in case. There we go. My estimation, most indie VTubers from the Western world tend towards being marginalized in some way. Yeah, I think so. There's a lovely sporty duck on the internet. What's it doing? Just some islands with some pretty buildings. What's to be seen? Yeah, it's just a huge gun building that we just watched destroy a ship, a spaceship no less. Those things go in space. A giant eel has genuinely made people quit the game forever. You just stood and watched it crush. I like the implication that I'm some kind of badass and I'm not just like really fucking clueless. We're seeing. So right, I'm not trying to be egomaniacal or anything like that, but there are quite a few people, and this has been true especially with streaming, that do seem to sort of be like, wow, you're such an amazing, you know, sometimes people sort of like hero worship me a little bit, which I'm not comfortable with, because we're all people, right? Like my skills are just human skills, my faults are just human faults, right? But I am wondering now, right, if people have just been interpreting my sort of like fucking lackadaisical, like don't know what I'm doing, just way of running through life as like, oh god, she's so brave, like I can't believe she stood up to that person knowing that he was the CEO of Shit Company Limited. I mean, I probably would do that anyway, but you know what I mean? Like I actually have no awareness. I really don't know what I'm doing. I really am clueless all the time. I'm not magic. I'm not any more special than anybody else. Is this a thing, maybe? And then people get really disappointed when they see me like fucking slip on a banana skin 12 times in a row. Like, just stop stepping on the banana skin. And it's like, oh wait, maybe no, actually, you know what it's like? It's when Mr. Burns in The Simpsons is like negotiating with Homer Simpson about union stuff. And Thomas Simpson gets on the floor and just goes, whoop, 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 whoop. And Mr. Burns is like, maybe this guy wasn't a tactical genius and we've been misreading him the whole time. That's me. I'm Homer Simpson in that moment. Half of badassness is just be clues, half of the badass is quips, and half of badass is blind confidence. I don't know. I think
Seek fluid intake.
the way that I judge people is usually based on their like ability to be compassionate, I suppose, or you know, maybe not quite as cut as that, but like people's understanding and willingness of compassion, right? So I think people are really cool if they're nice. Hello. Let's put my finger in this hole or press that. Thank you so much for the follow. Monster Hunter Unite. Isn't there a deal on Monster Hunter right now? Oh shit, my arm.
The control panel is broadcasting a message. Translation reads, warning, infected individuals may not disable the weapon. This planet is under quarantine.
Ah, okay. But then why did they blow up the other ships? Didn't I get infected by coming here?
Translating background broadcast. Downloading.
You love this game? This is the first time I've ever played it. But I've known for a long time it was a good game. And I was kind of expecting to get given it as a birthday gift, and I got a much cooler gift instead. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy this for myself and start playing it. We recently saw, I was just driving around in a little sea moth, and this big fucking eel came and went and crunched it just as I was about to get in it, and I went, ah, okay. So that's kind of where we're at with this. Right, should I read some of these things? Are they gonna help me? Species with symptoms of infection. Bright green blisters are forming networks on the infection sites. Pathology suggests a waterborne bacteria. Okay, so your sea is sick. Alien data. The alien rifle. The Doomsday device. Scans indicate that this device contains enough potential energy to destroy the entire planet along with most of the solar system. Fortunately, it's malfunctioned. Oh, is that like a halo ring? Strong resemblance to human weaponry in form, this device must have been designed with a humanoid user in mind. What if the aliens built this structure were themselves humanoids, or otherwise employed the use of humanoids is unclear. It was clear that they considered defending the facility a necessity precaution. Oh yeah, also, hang on. Where was the thing, the indigenous life form? Yeah, where is the I don't know if it was a carnivore. Warper. Aggressive creature, the ability to teleport itself and others in space. No genetic crossover identified with indigenous life forms. Demonstrates no recognized defensive behavior. Further research required. I mean, that kind of seemed like a person to me. You're a fraud. You've never played Monster Hunter before. You just want genuine monster hunters to unite. You're a hunter of monsters, but you've never played Monster Hunter.
Fluid intake.
Hang on.
Immediately.
No. When I was making this account, the streamer I was watching happened to say the words Monster Hunter Unite when I was on the username field. Oh, that's kind of nice, actually. Be jealous of you. If there was one game I could wipe my memory of and play for the first time, it would be this one. A lot of people have said that. Oh, I've accidentally revealed some fucking... How do I get rid of that? What is that? How did I do that? Oh, it's F1. There we go. If I had unlimited money to make my dream game, what game would you make? I mean, the fucking cop-out answer is if I had unlimited money, I would be giving it to everybody that needed money. And then I would just make some fucking... I'd just fucking port Tetris over or something, right? And I'd be like, that's the game. Also, I solved world hunger. No, I have this kind of belief, and it almost borders on a religious belief, that there does exist something of a game that will contain so many elements of being a game, and will have such a freedom of utility and not utility, it's agency and stuff like that, that in theory you'll be able to create many, perhaps all other games inside it. That you'll be able to interact with the world like fully, like the same way that you can in another game. I mean, we're kind of talking, I guess, about like a virtual reality singularity. But if we're saying like, okay, instead of waiting for this thing to be produced over like hundreds of years or something, if we were making it now with today's technology, I think I would want something that was I would want a game that was set up for other people to make other games out of it, right? So like you know, like, what if Minecraft was less shit? And I'm not saying that Minecraft is shit. I just mean, like, what if the Minecraft character was like I don't know, more like an Armor character or something, or like what if the environments were sort of more like complex and stuff? Like, what if you could change that environment, but sort of structured in a way that almost like anybody could put any other game on top of that as a framework, because it's like, you know, the gravity's fine, the sound system's good, the like all this stuff is kind of solid. I would want a as universal a game as possible. That's a game engine. I mean, is Minecraft a game engine? But there's you'd still be able to play it. You'd still explore it and be like, oh, this is fun, and there's all these options I can do and stuff. But yeah, like a really yeah. I guess the thing is, like, a lot of when like I play, oh shit, okay, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, it's you again. What if I just leave? What about that? What if I just leave? There we go. I mean, maybe I'm talking about a game engine. Maybe that's the game we're in right now. Oh shit. I don't think we're in a game, because that would be silly. The worst part of this game, when you get a break from the water and you have to go back in, it took you, braver than me, it took 5 minutes to summon my courage here. I mean, I haven't really realistically gone into the water. I've kind of gone in and out a few times, and it's definitely been more than 5 minutes, so I would not say that brave. I am dying of thirst though, so I think it's important that I do something about that. Plus I've got all these fucking cubes. This is the worst architectural layout of a building imaginable. I know it is a big gun, so like I give it some leeway. I'm no architect, but I don't think I could make a building that was a gun and have it function effectively for both of those things. I'm no architect, but I don't think I could make a building. Ah, shit. Is there nothing that I can even remotely drink? Can I drink the battery? Oh, I can eat this fish. No, actually, that would be bad. Um, I mean, hang on. We can bandage ourselves, and then we can just head back towards all of the things that we love, and just really hope that we see a bladderfish, I guess. I thought I was set for supplies, but no, I do seem to be dying quite fast, actually. Well, hope the battery doesn't run out. Give me that fish. Give me that fish. Fuck, never mind. Do you want to hit? No, I'd rather die foolishly. Most people have said giving money away thing. I just want to. Okay, yeah. I think like I would want it to be able to support like. The sort of the dream that I really have when we're talking about things like that. Can we eat these through water? No, that wasn't worth any water. Fuck. Okay. What about this? We can eat this, right? No! Fuck. Okay. Do I lose all my cubes? Sort of like some loose hints are okay, but like if the difference between me living and dying is someone telling me like a thing, then okay. So we kept the cubes. I don't even remember what the other junk we had was, so actually that's okay. that actually was a teleport more than anything else.
Playing partially translated broadcast.
9 new biological subjects designated. Mode: hunting, analyzing, sharing subject locations with other agents.
Can I leave the planet? Can I opt out? Also, I am a translating robot, translating alien language. Yes, can I get some chips with that? Like, why use the spooky deep voice? Just make it like Microsoft Sam or something. Like, why was that program? Altera, why did you program that in? That seems unnecessary. Your dream game is an open FPS where you play as a private eye in a dense city ruled by crime lords and corrupt cops having to shoot, investigate, and stealthy way through missions for people. I have a weird feeling like that exists, right? Having shooters for the mob, breaking into the Fuzz HQ to steal files, carry out missions for clients, sort of like a hybrid of Phoenix Wright Hitman and GTA in a noir setting, but without the racist and sexist and queer hate of that era. The thing that I really want is I just want a very immersive game, and there are some games I've played that are fairly immersive, but I want to be able to one of the reasons that I liked roleplay is there's this, it's not really, but there is some degree of like suspension of disbelief in those environments, and like the more that I can do that in a game, I'm having a lot of fun. So like I would like something like that. I would like some framework that supports that. It seems like every time there's a good idea for like a sort of immersive survival, it doesn't have to be survival, but anytime there's like any sort of design for a game like that, they always have the issue that like they just can't even sort of code a functional game. So Reign of Kings conceptually was a cool game, but they fucking sucked at making it, so it became a bad game. Shadows of Doubts is partway there, but you can't get into gunfights. You're explicitly working for the government. Mafia, the Mafia series, that's a lot like that. Game's a lot immersive if you let them be. I don't know. I mean, I think if I'm like exploring an environment and then it fucking is like, no, you have to make sure that you have enough health points and press the X button. Like, if it's like that, that's sort of like immersion breaking. love to build a setup for this where you had VR. Also, you're in bath 4 up to your soldiers, and it would raise you out of it when you're a lander in base. I think that would just feel like being in a bath, though. I get what you're saying, though. This sort of science fiction, like, weightlessness sort of stuff. I've seen stuff where they do things where they kind of strap you into the middle of this thing so you can kind of run. And I imagine that feels pretty fucking good. Because I did get to, I got to try out Ava's VR set. And yeah, you know, it's kind of fairly immersive. It's a little weird, but like it is cool. Like you have a feeling of being in a different space in a way that like not a lot of other things do. The other thing that you can do is just wait for your tolerance to build up to get down and just get kind of high and play a video game, because that's a very immersive experience. But it's not necessarily sustainable. You wanted a game where a theme of urban exploration? Wink, wink. What's the wink for? I've seen too many people take the piss in playing the horror, so they don't let the bits of be immersed. Is why I said that. I mean, people. Sometimes that's just people's response to fear, right? Is to make it funny. I think it's time to end the stream. We're running over a little bit, but I was having fun. But there's also people in a couple of places who potentially maybe want to see me and hang out with me. So we're gonna go and see who's live. I'm really hoping that we've not missed VVV, but I have a suspicion that maybe we have. So let me just see who's live. It's been really fun. I knew Subnautica was fun. I knew it would be a good time. Who's on? Oh, I've not seen them on for a while. Let me just do a double check. Oh, Identification is on, but it's not VVV. So did we miss it then? Who do I read? Maybe that person. Strongly thinking that person. Oh, actually, you know what? We should raid Lesbian Hot Sauce, because Lesbian Hot Sauce keeps trying to raid us over and over and over again, and I just happen to be offline every single time it happens. This is someone I met in real life who has worked in demining, which I think is absolutely fucking fantastic. Is doing a fundraiser for it says queer fundraiser for Kenya. They're very similar to some stuff that we've done. It's entirely possible that like no, yeah, this is stream is real life too. It's just we're talking for a computer. I need to change my wording on that. But yeah, they're doing a fundraiser thing right now, and they did ask me to advertise it. I know we're also raising for our own stuff, but check them out. You know, maybe if you hate my thing and you didn't want to give me money, but you still have money, give some money to that. Why not? Real life is scary. Real life doesn't have giant eels that eat your submarine, so maybe Subnautica is scary. There's my Ko-fi. YouTube will have VODs, including the previous Subnautica and some other stuff as well. Check out the Discord if you like hanging out with the people here, or you want more accurate and frequent information about the stream, including predictions about whether I actually will stream that day or not. Go check out my Discord. But otherwise, thank you. Oh yeah, also please do link my my transition fund goal everywhere that you can. The more eyes that see it, the better. Thank you so much, everybody. And I don't know when I'll next stream because the week is busy, so we'll see. I'll try to keep you informed of the Discord. Bye bye.